We're on the stream. Welcome to the stream. It's Saturday night. I very close almost did this in the afternoon. And then for a couple reasons, I decided against it. So here we are tonight. Potentially finale of chapter 7. Potentially. Not 100% sure. But maybe if I say it enough times. If I say it enough times and wish it enough, we get it into existence, you know what I mean? For maybe the last time. Drum beat, please. Excellent. Yeah, so we had an awkward break point at the last end on Tuesday. Basically, we woke up, we awoke a couple things. We awoke, Rika got a call from a sketchy, I keep wanting to say Watchdogs, but it's not Watchdogs, it's Mountain Dogs guy, basically setting her up for badness. She kind of felt it coming, or at the very least, she has... I don't know if it was supposed to be as conclusive as it made it sound, but she was like, basically, it's one of two people that are here to get me. She feels that she can't trust. Is it the Irie side, which we know as the reader, all things point to that's not being the case, or the Mountain Dog side? What was his name? Was it Okanogi? Basically, Okanogi, Mountain Dogs, and Takano side. So she's basically like, I don't know, it's one of those people, and obviously we've previously been told Rika, when it gets close to her death, she's unable to remember. She basically, it's like static. I don't know if this was how it was described, but at least how I envision in my head, she describes it as like static TV, but white noise kind of thing when she tries to remember exactly the moments leading up to her exact death. So she can't recall how she's done in every time, but obviously she knows the day it's happening. That's kind of freaky. She feels it. She's like, this is my last day. She gets that call from Okanogi. She's like, that seems sketchy. And then basically, because she was acting weird, her friends came to see her. She missed school. She didn't go to school, I think. So they came to see her, and basically which is a common theme, basically in this back half, but also other chapters, and now even closer, like a lot recently, is, hey, don't tackle problems by yourself. Your friends can help you. So with that theme in mind, the friends here are like, hey, clearly you're having a problem. What's going on? And she is like, you guys, you know what? I'll tell you, you have to believe me. You can't think I'm weird kind of thing type situation. No matter how crazy or bizarre a story it is, you're going to have to believe me kind of thing. And I think they were like, yeah, we're going to believe you kind of thing. And she's going to tell her story. And I think that's kind of where we ended. Now, the question is, especially if this is the final stream of Chapter 7, will it make a dent? Will it cause any change? Will Rika be able to survive if by opening up to her friends this bizarre situation, does that prevent the ultimate bad ending of Rika dying? That's basically where we're at. So let's nothing to it but to do it. Get comfortable. It might have to be a long stream if we have to finale this. Caught up in some wires. Okay. I'm going to see how everyone reacts. I'm going to ascertain what friendship is all about. With a nod of my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain.
Hinamizawa ni wa aru tokubetsu na byouki ga aru no desu.
There's a disease unique to Hinamizawa.
その病気の名前は 仮なのか正式なのかわかりませんですが、
I'm not
Hinamizawa 症候群と呼ばれていますです。
I'm not sure what it's officially called, but I've always known it as Hinamizawa syndrome. Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They'd never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war. It's the general term for the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experience when outside of the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onigafuchi. The villagers believed that they'd be cursed by Oishiro-sama if they left, and people who did often came back because of that curse. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness. But during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was the way that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found out that it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture. It was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness. It's the result of some kind of physical disorder. It causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. There are 3 categories of externally caused mental diseases: traumatically induced, substance abuse induced, and chemical imbalance induced. Traumatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. Last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some ailment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it's been said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We've all experienced the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions are born from our hearts. Everyone should know, logically, that they're the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our body as necessary. So when the organs operating the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When that gland is defective, the balance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people to have not only a physical sickness, but also a mental sickness such as depression. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems. Human beings are made out of meat. Meat. We get mentally ill when that meat is defective. The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there's a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that, if its hosts stray too far from, affects the chemicals in the brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in Oyashiro-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onigafuchi village knew about this syndrome. They knew that they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. And I'd just like to pause really quickly here, and I apologize, I'm pausing already, and this has been building for a while, and the hints have been around, and this isn't like our first time getting we're getting the most succinct and detailed summary of this whole thing now, but this has been kind of brewing. The explanation of the disease and everything has been brewing for a while, and I'd just like to say, this game has done a lot of interesting things, but maybe the most interesting thing has been seeing how they transition from this legend and this kind of like supernatural curse, basically. I'm not going to be saying anything super interesting here, but basically like this curse and turning it and having at least in-universe scientific explanation for why it exists and why it happens, how it happens, and how like they've covered the bases of like, oh, this is what it is, and this is what it does, this is how it affects, this is why it even has like an analogy to like, you know, when people leave the village, why does it affect them, and when they come back, and why is it that people say don't leave and don't come back and keep the outsiders out? Like, it is at least interesting that they've had like this, again, in-universe grounded scientific thing brewing and happening, but then it had taken on this supernatural or mythological like status and explanation and everything to it. I don't know, it's just interesting. I just find it interesting. Just thought I'd say it. I was just wording my explanation there poorly, so apologies. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers. After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it. That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you'll begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oyashiro-sama says that the blood of humans and demons was mixed together, and that Oyashiro-sama has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you'd be cursed if you didn't follow Oyashiro-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Oyashiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. This is what was meant by the scripture in Oyashiro-sama's legend that said they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village. Then, there was the most important part. The rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oyashiro-sama would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were probably performed in order to force people to respect these taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. When the villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community so that people wouldn't suspect each other. Since the terror of Oyashiro-sama's curse is emphasized, many don't know this, but she's also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oyashiro-sama isn't even recognized as god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore, and is only worshipped as such in Okinomiya's Hirasaka district. Now, for the other condition. This one is much clearer and was practiced more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly even if they leave town or even go out of the country for a long time. However, long ago, they would fall ill as soon as they left the village. It's very unfortunate that Ketchy got infected so soon after he moved to the village. Sorry, I'm going to move my mic. Hopefully it doesn't make a terrible sound. Okay, better. Did I read that line? It's very unfortunate that Ketchy got infected so soon, yeah, as he moved to the, after he moved to the village. It was also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. That's why Hanyu felt so bad for him that time and kept on apologizing over and over. Although, no matter how much he apologized, he never heard her voice. This turned into a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oyashiro-sama's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military didn't listen to him at all at the time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ, but they still stayed on as advisors to the government since Japan has a culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group. It was just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideals, blowing hot air at a restaurant. These 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it would be more accurate to call them a secret society. This secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. There are many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I know for sure is that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, ones with strong power to indirectly influence its government and vast assets that meant they could work from the shadows. They were also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still blowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo steadily became a shell of its former self. But it didn't totally become a shell, it coaled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continue to believe that Japan had been better before the war, and they were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the 3 non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country has to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number one priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing, and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. That was a reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they couldn't study this disease openly. In order to utilize it for military purposes, they had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So, they enlisted one young researcher, Kirisuke Irie. I need to make it clear that Irie isn't some far-right supporter of the secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics thought he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Irie was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. But researching the disease would mean that he'd end up infected too. No one would want to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young. With his other option being wearing down his youth working hard at the night shift for a local practice, he wanted to answer the expectations of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Irie was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, the Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease, and he developed both a treatment and a vaccine. Irie was extremely talented. The Irie Institute was formed to study the disease. Irie was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. That supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Irie, managing the research progress and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Irie was researching the disease, or even that the disease exists at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job is to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The Mountain Dogs are one special forces unit specialized in unconventional warfare and owned by Tokyo with its vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small elite squad of covert operatives would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. This was a worldwide trend. Since the Cold War, everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Japan was also trying to be part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police had been forming secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the ones who intervened when Rina laid siege to her school, changed their name to Zero Company and grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport 2, and they later changed their name to 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possess nukes they can't use, small elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war, so in 1977 they developed the SAT's predecessor, Special Task Force SAP, to serve as the national police agency's trump card in securing the peace. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their special task force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known special force units in Japan. When they hear a phrase like special forces, most people tend to think of a movie or a comic book. However, these units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that the helicopter squad training gun battles was headed there, but was recalled because the suspicious boats sank. But that was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news never mentions the SST or any other special forces unit. All these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics under the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. But since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent those forces, these special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. The Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. You might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflict as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact it would have on Irie's research. The Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Most people believe that the Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality, the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things the Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. With the spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped onto any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide, since they're trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality, they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They're the ones who demon away people who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths, too. The last important person is Jiro Tomatake. I don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research and outlined requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with Irie, too. He also got the observation report on Irie from Takano. This was his purpose. Irie started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers, and he discovered many answers from that. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease was dramatically clarified. The research made rapid progress after that, and they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior, so they concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo has been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders and shadows behind Japan's government who ruled from the center of Tokyo began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. The whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo has stayed the same. It's still a secret society of ultranationalists who want Japan to be at the top of the world. However, their ambition to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities toward the economy, international affairs, and education. That doesn't mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research. But for the present-day Tokyo, Irie's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in his project, and they announced that they're going to cut their budget as soon as the seniors pass away. However, Irie objected to the plan. He strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. This is what Okanogi was talking about. Irie is in disagreement with Tokyo. Irie's research has been making great progress. They've discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he's even starting to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, Irie's research would end without any results. Tokyo had discussion with Irie through Tomatake, and they decided to shut down his research partially, but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military applications of the disease and destroy all the research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so Irie accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, Irie considers himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease infecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and Irie agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. Irie made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. One theory goes that Irie is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card, he's planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomatake, and as her trump card, she's going to kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. Why is she so special? The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly, members of Furude family have the blood of Oishiro-sama in their veins. I explained earlier that Oishiro-sama was made up as a method for having people cope with the disease. However, that's actually not true. For the demons, the pathogens, to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Oishiro-sama and the coexistence of humans and demons is that Oishiro-sama was actually the queen of the village. According to Irie's research, Rika is adored by the whole village not only because she's a charming little girl, but because she's the queen carrier. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. Okay. Irie says that this is done with pheromones. Oh, she's got those pheromones, dude. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. Irie calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from the queen, not from the village itself. Irie's research indicates that the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa, and infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. But this is just a theory. A game theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. That doctor was also knowledgeable about Hinamizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value the village placed on the Furude family. He theorized that the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times, miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving the priesthood. Although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers. If all this is true, then the question is what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village? During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo not only because Irie found many answers after running tests on her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa will turn into demons. It would happen too fast for people to even realize that they're getting sick. They will each be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. This is why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. That's why Rika Furude is the trump card for those who know that she's the center of the whole epidemic. This is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison, Tomatake, was found dead of the disease even though he was vaccinated against it. On the same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered. though I don't know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I've suspected Irie and Takano, this was my first time doubting Tokyo. I always thought that they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. I never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generation gap. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. It's possible too that Takano is the victim and Irie is the bad guy. The Mountain Dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at risk of having something poisonous mixed in which case I could rest assured with a fresh, unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized that I could only trust them and the police. I'm really dumb. I thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. I never thought it would make such a big difference. Me.
僕の話はこれで終わりなのです。
And that's the end of my story. As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. That's only normal. I'm sure I sound like a crazy person.
さとこ、
Satoko?
僕たちが毎週診療所に研究のお手伝いに行っていますですよね。
We go to the clinic every week to help with Irie's research, right?
あれは入江の研究に協力しているだけではないのです。
We're actually not just helping him.
さとこの治療のためでもあったのです。
We go there so you can get treatment.
そうだ。そういえば、サトコが病気みたいなことを言ってたよな。
I remember. You told me that Satoko is ill.
私が
Me? Ha 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 ha.
理科の話なら私だけじゃなく、この村に住むみんながその怪しげな病気にかかってることになるんじゃありませんの？
As you said, it's not only me, but the whole village that is infected with this disease.
でもどうして私だけがお注射しなくちゃいけないんですの？
Why would I have to take the shot every day and not everyone else?
監督の作っている新型の栄養剤の実験じゃないんでございますの？
I thought it was just a new type of vitamin that the coach is developing.
さとこは一度末期症状を迎えてしまっているのです。
At one point, you were a terminal patient, Satoko.
だから日に2回のお注射がないとすぐに症状がぶり返してしまうのです。
That's why you need 2 shots every day to keep your symptoms under control.
入江はさとこを救おうと特に熱心に研究してくれていました。
Irie is very passionate about saving you.
でも毎日2回の注射をしなくてもいい体にはどうしても戻す方法が見つけられなかった。
But he still can't find a better treatment than that.
でもいつか見つけると意気込んで今日も熱心に研究を続けてくれていますです。
Don't think he's still not working hard to find a cure, though.
冗談じゃないですわよ。
Don't you joke around.
私たち貧乏だから監督の怪しげな研究に協力してお金を恵んでもらってるんじゃありませんの？
I thought we were getting financial support by aiding his research.
あんな注射一生やるなんて冗談っぽいでございましたよ。
I don't want to get those shots every day for the rest of my life. Satoko looked upset that she had been completely ignorant of all this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Her fake laughter sadly echoed in everyone's ears. Kechi opened his mouth to speak.
その注射を1回でもしないと、あの日みたいになるんだな。
So, if she misses a shot, she would act like she did the other day. There's a day where she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself that the principal was her uncle. Her fear escalated and she thought her uncle came inside the school to take her back home. Once she feels that way, there's no turning back for her.
そうです。
Yes, she will.
だから僕はさとこがお注射を忘れないように毎日しつこく言っているのです。
That's why I tell her to be sure to take her shot every day.
そんな信じられませんわ。
I don't believe you.
大体何なんですの、末期症状って。
What do you mean I'm a terminal patient?
私だけそんなの嫌ですわよ。
Why me exactly?
どうして私が
I refuse to believe it.
いつそんな末期症状になったって言うんですの？
When did I even become so sick? Satoko's face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Satoko is starting to remember something she's not supposed to.
ごめん、さとこ。
I'm sorry, Satoko.
思い出さなくていいのです。
You don't have to remember.
あれは事故なのです。
That was just an accident.
さとこは何も悪くないのですよ。
It wasn't your fault.
嘘ですわ。嘘ですわ。
No, this is a lie.
リカは全部嘘ばっかりなんですわ。
You're just lying to us. No, Satoko. What would she gain? What could Rika possibly gain from lying to you like this? The others probably had no idea what Satoko was talking about. They don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they're her friends. Rina gently touched Satoko's shoulder. She gently touched mine too.
私たちはリカちゃんの話ちゃんと信じてるよ。
We believe your story, Rika-chan.
ありがとうです。
Thank you.
そして今まで自分一人でよくそれだけの大変なことを背負ってきたね。
And you've been carrying such a heavy burden for a long time.
リカちゃんは偉いよ。
I'm proud of you.
たった一人で今日まで人に言えない秘密を背負ってきたんだね。
You've been struggling all alone to this day. I never thought Rina would say something like that to me. My eyes were filling up with tears.
人に話せない秘密を背負うってのは悲しくて重いよね。
It's difficult to have a secret that you can't tell people.
私のはリカちゃんに比べたら全然大したことないけどさ。
Mine was hardly a big deal compared to yours.
少しはわかるつもりだよ。
But I can still sympathize with you.
そうですね。
I agree.
お姉もよく頑張ってます。
You've done your best too, sis.
お姉になすりつけて楽させてもらってるからよくわかりますよ。
I often shift the blame onto you to relieve myself, so I can tell.
みんなは僕の話を疑わないのですか？
You're all going to believe my story?
どうして疑うんだよ。
Of course.
全部信じるって言ったじゃねえか。
We said we'd believe you.
むしろ村の秘密が解けたような気がして俺はすっきりしたくらいだぜ。
It's a bit of a relief since a lot of my questions about this village are answered now.
そのHinamizawa症候群という病気は感染症で村に住んでる人はみんなかかってるのかな。
So, is everyone in this village infected by that disease? That Hinamizawa syndrome?
はい、
Yes.
みんななのです。
Everyone is infected.
でも昔とは違います。
But unlike hundreds of years ago,
鬼が淵村の頃に比べるとこの病気はとてもおとなしくなりましたです。
this disease is much weaker now.
だから別に遠くへ引っ越しても平気ですし、旅行だってへっちゃらなのです。
That's why people can survive even if they move far away or go somewhere far for a trip.
ただしものすごく低い確率で発症するってんだろ。
But some people still get sick, right?
俺怖くてもう村を出られねえな。
I'll never leave this village again.
もし病気にかかっても簡単な心構えで病気は抑えられるのです。
Even if you do get sick, you can still control the illness yourself.
それはとても簡単だけど難しいこと。
It's very simple yet very difficult. If you think you might be suspicious of someone, don't be. Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex and it will be too late. So long as everyone stays friendly and united, we will never have to worry about this disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we're more tolerant of the disease.
なんだ。
I see.
なら私たちは全然平気だね。
Then we should be fine.
だな。
Yep.
俺たちは仲間で 部活メンバーで家族なんだぞ。
We're friends, and we're family.
間違っても仲間を疑ったりするもんか。
We would never suspect each other.
だからリカちゃんの話、俺は丸ごと信じるぞ。
I'm going to believe everything you said today.
そんなヤバい話をすれば、俺たちがその山犬って連中に消されるかもしれないって思ってずっと言えなかったわけだろ。
You couldn't talk because you were afraid that the mountain dogs would hurt us, right? I nodded quietly. I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room, but if Okanogi overhears this conversation, they will definitely kill not only me, but all of my friends tonight. That's true no matter who my enemy is.
ま、だとするとすぐに部活メンバーは臨戦態勢に入った方が良さそうだね。
Well, sounds as if we should all get ready for battle.
状況を整理しよ
Let's sum up the story.
う。リカちゃんを殺すと大惨事になると信じてる連中がリカちゃんの命を狙う可能性がある。
Someone might come and kill you, knowing that your death will cause chaos and destruction in the village.
間違いないね。
Is that correct?
可能性でなく必ず殺しに来ますです。
They'll definitely come for me.
どうかな。
Are you sure?
リカちゃんが切り札ならそんな簡単に切っちゃう？
Will they get rid of their trump card that easily?
そうでございますわよ。
She's quite right.
切り札は殿下の宝刀。
A trump card is like a pile of gold.
抜かないうちが花ですもの。
Isn't it better to keep your hands on it? Satoko's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying.
甘いですね、サトコ。
But think about it, Satoko.
切り札は2枚以上あるときに限りすぐ1枚切ります。
If you have more than one trump card, you'd want to play one of them right away.
そうだね。
That's true.
人質は複数で初めて成立する。
It's more effective to have more than one hostage.
一人の人質の価値は複数の時に比べて格段に落ちるからね。
One hostage is not as valuable as many of them.
とにかく向こうの状況がさっぱりわからねえ以上、殺されないなんて楽観はありえねえな。
Anyway, we don't know anything for sure, and that means we can't be too optimistic. Everyone nodded in unison.
みーちゃんは山犬って人たちをどう思う？
What do you think about the mountain dogs?
敵かな？味方かな？
Do you think they're our enemies?
それは問題じゃないだろうね。
That's not even a question.
僕は善良な狼ですって人に羊の番を頼むかい？
They're like wolves trying to watch after the sheep.
疑わしきは黒でございましたよ。
Just think of all suspicious people as bad guys.
その東京とかいう連中と全く関わりのない人たちに助けを求めた方がいいですわね。
We need to seek help from someone who has nothing to do with Tokyo.
だな。
I agree.
その意味ではリカちゃんが即警察に応援を求めたのは迅速ないい判断ってことになるぜ。
I think you made a good choice by seeking help from the police.
大石さんは俺たちの味方なんだよな。
Oishi-san is on our side, right?
はい。
Yes.
大石には全てを話してはいませんので、僕の命を狙っているのを連続開始事件の犯人、つまり村人の誰かだと信じてるようです。
Oishi doesn't know everything yet, so he thinks that the culprit behind of the curse. I think it's just supposed to be culprit behind the curse of Oishiro-sama is targeting me.
大石さんにも真実を話した方がいいと思うな。
I think you should talk to Oishi-san too.
大人の力は重要だよ。
We need help from some adults.
リスクのある一手ですわね。
But that's pretty risky.
かえって嘘くさくなって手を引かれるとまずいんではありませんの？
What if they don't believe her and step away from the investigation?
いや、大石さんには話そう。
We should still talk to him.
あの人今年が定年で昔殺された友達の仇を討つ最後のチャンスだって言ってた。
He said that he's going to retire this year. That's his last chance to avenge his old friend.
だからきっとどんな嘘くさい話でも信じてくれると思うんだ。
I'm sure he'll believe any story, no matter how wild.
うん。
Yeah,
大石さんは聡子ちゃんを助ける時にも警察の立場でありながら私たちに協力してくれた。
he helped us when we were trying to save Satoko-chan too.
頼もしい味方になってくれると思うな。
I think he'll remain on our side.
よし、
Okay,
大石には話そう。
let's talk to Oishi.
で、大石は今はしょ？
Where's he now?
いえ、 岐阜に行っています。
He's out in Gifu Prefecture.
高野の死体を確かめに。
He went to check on Takano's body.
あ
Oh,
あ、岐阜の山の中でしたっけ？
she was found in Gifu, right?
ドラム缶の中で黒焦げって話。
Burned to death inside an oil drum?
でも、なんでわざわざ大石ともあろう人が直々なんでしょうね。
Why does he have to go there directly to check on her?
高野の死体が違う可能性があるらしいのです。
There's a possibility that it might not be Takano's body.
岐阜が協力的じゃなくてあやふやなことを言ってるらしいです。
But the Gifu Police Department isn't being very cooperative.
その山犬って連中は機密保持と情報操作が仕事じゃなかったっけ？
You said that the mountain dogs specialize in preserving secrets and manipulating information, right?
私はなんだかその死体おかしいなって思うね。
That corpse is pretty suspicious.
というかあの人おとなしく焼いたくらいで死ぬとは思えないんだよね。
I don't think she's the kind of person who would die just from being burnt a little.
もちろん入江が黒幕で高野を殺した可能性もありますです。
It's still possible that Irie is a bad guy and that he killed Takano.
山犬のおこのぎはそうだと言っていますです。
That's what Okanogi tried to make me believe.
監督が黒幕ってことはねえだろう。
I kinda doubt that the coach is the mastermind.
あの人は悪い人じゃねえと思うんだ。
He's just not that kind of person.
そうですわよ。
I do agree.
目と意とどう発言禁止にしてくれれば基本的にはいい人でございますのよ。
He's very nice as long as you don't let him talk about maids.
私もひなみざわファイターズの幽霊マネージャーとして監督は黒幕なんて玉じゃないと思います。
As a manager of the Hinamizawa fighters, I also think the coach is innocent.
どっちかというと利用される感じの人です。
He's more like someone who could be easily used.
いい人すぎるというか。
Maybe he's too good of a guy.
はあ、誰も高野さんの肩を持ってあげない。
Oh, seems like everyone suspects Takano-san.
いやさ、監督と高野さんどっちが悪い人ですかって聞かれたらなあ。
Well, we're just saying, if we compare the coach and Takano-san, you know,
高野さんが聞いたら怒りますわね。
Takano-san would be pretty upset to hear that. Wahahaha. Well, everyone laughed as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If they're after my life, they'll kill everyone here. It's very possible that they'll all get involved in this mess, and they know that. That they could still laugh is really significant, I think. I started laughing along too.
客観的に見て高野さんだけ岐阜で死体が見つかるのがすでにおかしいよ。
It's odd that Takano-san's body was found in Kifu.
富武さんを殺した風に偽装するなら死体は絶対に見つからないところに隠す。
If someone wanted to make it look like she killed Toмотake, they would hide her body somewhere nobody would ever find. It's odd that Takano-san's body was found. If someone wanted to make it look like she killed Toмотake, hide her body somewhere nobody. Okay.
山中で野焼きなんて見つけてくださいって言ってるようなもんだもん。
Burning her body in the middle of the woods is like begging people to come across it.
うん、
Yeah,
レナもそう思うな。
that makes sense.
警察の管轄の及ばない県外で見つかった身元の確認しにくい焼死体を高野さんということにしようとしている気がする。
It's like they're trying to force an unidentified body to be Takano-san just because it was found outside the prefecture. The police here can't investigate further.
その山犬って人たちはそういうのが本職なんでしょ？
That's a specialty of the mountain dogs, right?
なら構図が見えてきたぞ。
I think it's pretty obvious at this point.
山犬ってのは高野さんの部下なんだろ？
The mountain dogs are working for Takano-san, right?
山犬の隊長は監督が黒幕なんだって主張してるんだろ？
And the leader of the dogs is saying that the manager is pulling the strings.
高野さんと山犬ってのはグルだな。
I bet Takano-san and them are working together.
富武さんのあの死に方は監督が殺したと思わせるためなんですわね。
Toмотake-san died the way he did so that coach would be suspected.
そしてそれがわかるのは東京だけ。
But Tokyo's the only organization who would suspect the coach.
そして本当の黒幕の高野さんの死体も見つかり、
I also found the body of the true mastermind, Takano-san.
監督は東京に2人を殺したことを疑われて濡れ衣を着せられる。
Tokyo will suspect that the manager killed both of them.
なるほど、これはなかなか凝った罠でございますわね。
I see. This is a well-planned setup,
爪がいまいちでございますけど。
though it's not perfect.
その濡れ衣ってのにも山犬って連中が関わってそうだね。
Sounds like the Mountain Dogs are setting the coach up.
なあ、そうと分かったら監督に直接話を聞いてみないか。
Well, I think we should talk to Coach directly.
その方が早いぞ。
That's the best way to go about it.
そうだね。
That's a good idea.
監督が真実を話してくれるか嘘をつくか、
I can tell if
私
he's
目を見ればわかるから。
I can tell if he's telling the truth or not just by looking into his eyes.
ああ、レナさん嘘に敏感ですよね。
Ah, yeah. You're good at that, Rina-san.
入江は
Then she'll
山
scream
犬が
liar
監
at
視
him.
していると言ってましたです。
The Mountain Dogs are also running security on Irie right now.
電話しても出られないか話せないかかもしれませんです。
He might not be able to get on the phone.
なんだなんだ。
What?
聞けば聞くほど監督は濡れ衣臭いぞ。
That sounds even more suspicious.
というか監督の身に危険が迫ってるんじゃないのか。
I hope the coach isn't in danger right now.
うん。
Me too.
私が山犬で監督に濡れ衣を着せようと思ったなら、
If I was a member of the Mountain Dogs and I was going to set him up,
余計なことを言われる前にご退場願うね。
I'd kill him before he said something I didn't want him to say.
死体に口なしだね。
A dead person can't say anything.
どうしよう。
Huh?
大石は岐阜の話が終わったらすぐに戻ってくると言ってましたです。
Oisha will return as soon as he takes care of business in Gifu.
だから時間はわかりませんが今日必ず来てくれますのです。
I don't know what time that'll be, but he'll be here for sure. As one, everyone glanced at the clock. It was already past 6:30 p.m. and starting to get dark.
なんだか腹が減ってきたと思ったらこん
No
な時間なんだな。
No wonder I'm so hungry. We'd usually call it here if this was a normal day, but everyone decided to stay until Ushi came back and discuss what to do.
ごめんねリカちゃん、電話借りてもいい？
Can I use your phone, Rika-chan?
お父さんに帰りが遅くなるのを電話しないと。
I need to call my dad and let him know that I'm going to be late tonight.
そうだな。俺もお袋に電話しないとな。
I need to call my mom too.
あ、私もばっちゃんに今夜は出前でよろしくって電話しないとな。
I have to call Granny and tell her to order something for dinner tonight.
こんな時間に抜け抜けとそんなこと電話したら後でこってり絞られますね。
You'll be in big trouble later.
あと警察の人たちの夕食も考えてあげないとね。
We have to get something to eat for those officers too.
本家のツケで寿司でも頼むかね。
We can order some sushi. Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomachs are empty after all. The same should be true of those officers too.
リカ、うちも出前にしますの？
Are we going to order something too, Rika?
そんなお金の余裕はありませんでしたよ。
I don't feel we have that kind of money.
さとこ、みんなに自慢の野菜炒めでも作ってあげたらどうですか？
Satoko, why don't you cook a stir fry for everyone?
え？
What?
無理ですわよ。こんな大勢になんか作ったことありませんわ。
I can't. I've never cooked for this many people.
さとこの野菜炒めか。
Satoko stir fry.
指さえ入ってなけりゃぜひ食ってみたいな。
I'd love to try it as long as there's no fingers inside.
レナもさとこちゃんのお料理久しぶりに食べたいかな？
Ah, Satoko-chan, I want to eat your food too. I want to. At that point, the phone rang.
もしもし、フルデなのです。
Hello, this is Frude speaking.
よかった。ご無事のようですね。
Oh, glad to hear you're still alive.
大石です。
It's Oishi.
岐阜の用事を終わらせましてね。今、沖宮に戻っている途中です。
I finished up everything in Gifu and I'm heading toward Okinomiya right now.
途中のガソリンスタンドから電話しています。
I'm calling from the gas station.
それで高野の死体はどうでしたか？
What about Takano's body?
うんうんうんうん。
No.
やりましたよ。やっぱりそうでした。
We did it. We were right.
岐阜の資料がとんでもないイージーミスをしていました。
Gifu made one incredible, easy mistake on their paperwork.
連中間違いを認めやしない。
What a stubborn bunch.
ガツンと決めてやりましたよ。
I really had to let them have it, let me tell you.
高野は車ごと行方不明です。
Takano and her vehicle are still missing.
富武殺しについて何か事情を知っている可能性が高いと判断し、つい先ほど高野の捜査を開始するよう指示を出したところです。
She may have some information regarding Tomotake's murder, so I've just issued a search warrant for her.
ついにお社様のたたりの尻尾をつかみましたよ。
I'm getting close to revealing the secret of the curse of Oishiro-sama.
ここから一気に引きずり出しちゃいます。
I'm going to solve this case. Oishi sounded so motivated. He'd finally found the hint he so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though?
それは土産話がとても楽しみなのです。
I'm looking forward to hearing your story.
これからクマちゃんと一緒にそちらへお伺いしますので、詳しい話を聞かせてください。
I'm heading to your house with Kuma-chan, so please tell us whatever you know.
心当たりでも、うさんくさい話でも何でも結構です。
You can talk to me about anything you can think of.
はい、
Yes,
僕も全部話す決心がつきましたです。
I'm ready to tell you about everything.
おやおや、
Oh my!
どんなお話が聞けるのでしょうかね。
I look forward to hearing it.
うん、
Meh.
多分あと1時間ちょいぐらいでお伺いできると思います。
I should be there in about an hour.
ところで、受話器の向こうが賑やかですね。
Sounds crowded over there.
お友達も来ているのですか？
Are your friends still there with you?
はい、
Yes.
みんな心配してうちに来てくれましたです。
Everyone came here to offer their help.
そうですか。
I see.
皆さんは本当に素晴らしいな。
You've got some wonderful friends.
私も皆さんと一緒にいてくれた方がいいと思います。
It's probably better for you to stay with them.
賑やかなだけで犯罪の抑止効果は大きいものです。
Good way to keep the criminals at bay.
では、今から向かいます。
Right, riding out.
後ほど。
I'll see you soon.
今の大石さんか？
Was that Oishi-san?
はい、
Yes.
今から刑事と2人で来るそうです。
He's heading this way with that other detective.
はあ、この部屋にこんなに大勢なんて初めてだね。
How this is the first time this room will have so many people inside it.
何人になるんだろう。
How many people will it be?
私たち6人に2人来て8人ですの？
There's 6 of us here, so 8 people?
床が抜けそうで怖いですわね。
I do hope our floor won't break.
9
Oh,
人目なのです。
I'm the 9th person.
羽生、
Get out of here, Hanyu. Hanyu,
聞いてた？
were you listening to us?
なんだか今回は本当にすごいことになってきた。
This is turning out to be very interesting.
今回はいけそうですか？
Do you think it'll be different this time? Yes,
いけるわ、
I'm sure.
絶対。
This time is different.
絶対という言葉はなって当然、ならなければ失望する悲しい言葉ですよ。
Don't say that you're sure. It would devastate you if nothing ended up changing.
羽生はこの状況になってもやっぱり今日死ぬと思う。
So Hanyu, you still think that I'm dying today?
でも死んでほしくないと思っていますのです。
I don't want you to die.
あんたのスタンスは分かってるわ。
I know what you're thinking.
傷つきたくないから信じない。
You don't want to believe because you don't want to be hurt.
マイナス思考ならマイナスで当然。ラッキーなら大喜びってわけだ。
That way, you'll never be let down.
もうあんたと私の考え方の違いをとやかく言わないわ。
I'm not going to listen to your opinions anymore.
あんたは見てなさい。傍観者らしく。
You just stay there and watch like the bystander you are. Damn. Damn, Rika. Honestly, harsh, but needed to be said. Honestly, this is what I've been feeling this whole time. Hanyu, she's like that, like, there's some term I think for it or something, but like, there's something positive. Like a false, not false positive, but a negative positive. Fucking negative Nancy disguised as a positive Patty. Like, she's like, oh, you know, I'm just here trying to keep the good vibes and all that. But she's like, it's always going to be the same. Don't get your hopes up, kind of. Fuck you, Hanyu. And I'm glad Rika said it. It was needed to be said.
はい。
Yes,
僕は傍観者ですから。
I'm just a bystander.
でも、リカを応援してますですよ。
But I'm still rooting for you. Like, Rika just told her, hey, don't bring your negative energy into the situation right now. If it doesn't work now, it's never gonna work. So, stay away.
応援か。
Rooting for me?
ありがとう。
Thanks.
でも、応援していいの？
But are you sure you want to root for me?
応援したのに負けると、期待を裏切られない？
Are you sure you won't be hurt if I lose? Oh.
リカが意地悪を言いますです。
Don't be mean, Rika. We had a rather harmonious mood going. However, a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us. I'm pulling for Rika. Because ultimately, this is what's... If this is truly the finale of Chapter 7, yeah? We have one more chapter after this. If everything goes according to, like, works out perfectly, then whatever... Chapter 8 could be fucking anything, right? The possibilities for Chapter 8, endless. If this fails, I feel like whatever Chapter 8 is, the possibilities are cut a lot less potential things, right? There's no way, after all the things that are happening, Chapter 8 is just going to be, like, Chapter 7 fails, Rika dies, is murdered, and then Chapter 8, we restart again. Could it be? I don't know. Possibly. But, in my head, I like to theorize that it would be something different. I might know the answer soon. Kumagai says, I'm getting hungry.
途中で食事に寄った方が良かったんじゃないですか?
Wanna grab something on the way?
そうですね。
Ah, that's right.
もうすぐ8時か。
It's almost 8 p.m.
お昼が遅かったから忘れてました。
We had a late lunch today, so I didn't realize.
とりあえず話を聞いたら、おたふくにお茶漬けでも食べに行きましょう。
We can go get something after we finish sharing our story.
警官を4人行かせてましたよね。
You sent 4 officers there.
交代を送らないと答える頃ですね。
They're probably pretty worn out by now.
フルデさんが気を利かせて出前でも取っててくれればいいんですがね。
Hopefully Furuta-san ordered them something to eat. Oishi and Kumagai had passed through Okinomiya. We're getting closer and closer to Hinamizawa. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets.
フルデリカの全てを話そうっていうのはとても気になるっすよね。
I wonder what Rika Furude wants to talk to you about.
多分相当とんでもない話が飛び出しますよ。
Probably something outrageous.
あの村はね、本当の名前は鬼ヶ淵村。
That village, you know, used to be called Onigafuchi Village.
鬼ヶ淵ってのは沼ですからね。沼の名を冠した村なわけです。
They took the name Onigafuchi, the demon's abyss, from the local swamp.
沼なだけにそこが知れませんね。
And like an abyss, it's hard to know its depth, huh?
フルデリカの護衛ですけどどうします？
What are you planning to do about her protection?
彼女の話次第では秘密の場所にかくまった方がいいでしょうね。
Depending on what she tells us, we might have to move her to a safer location.
ひなみ沢ってのは村が丸ごと魔物の腹中と同じなんです。
The whole of Hinamizawa is like a lion's den.
あの村の中では何が起こるかわからない。
You never know what can happen in that village.
とにかく聞いてみないことにはわかりません。
For now, We just need to hear what she has to say.
フルデ家の当主が命を狙われていて、園崎家次期当主はそれを守ろうと思っている。
The head of the Furude family is in danger, and the successor of the Sonozaki family is trying to protect her.
そんな状況下で誰がフルデリカを？
Who would even be capable of killing Rika Furude under those circumstances?
あとは君吉家くらいしか勢力が思いつかないです。
Only people I can think of are the Kimiyoshi family.
君吉家には臭い話は聞いてないんだけどな。
I've never heard of them getting up to anything fishy.
やっぱり村には信仰を軸にした狂信的な勢力が隠れてるってのかな。
I guess there must be a fanatical religious sect lurking in the village.
沼の底がどうなってるのか楽しみです。
I wonder what secret lies at the bottom of that swamp. The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, leading them to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomitake's murder.
高野が富武を放置した。
Takano left Tomitake there.
そこまでは間違いないと思いますが、富武のあの異常な死に方は一体何だってんでしょう。
I'm sure of that, but I wonder what he actually died of.
鑑識のじいさま、覚醒剤は出なかったって言ったんですよね。
Forensics didn't find any drugs in his system, did they?
確かに薬物反応は出なかったそうですが、だからって絶対なかったって保証はありません。
They didn't find anything, but that doesn't prove it either way.
この世にはおかしな薬なんてきっと無数にある。
There are hundreds of strange chemicals in this world.
それら全部が間違いなく使われていないなんて保証は誰にも出せませんよ。
There's no proof that a drug wasn't used.
自分が知らない薬だから実在しないなんて、そんな傲慢は刑事が口にしちゃいけない。
It must just be one that we're not aware of.
あったからにはあるんです。
I'm sure of that.
だからきっと富武に首をかき破らせる薬は実在する。
There must be some kind of drug out there that can make someone claw out their throat and die.
そいつは犯人逮捕の折にたっぷり喋ってもらいますよ。
I'm going to grill the culprit about it once I make the arrest.
あるいはフルでリカが話してくれると一番嬉しいんですがね。な
Of course, it would be easier if that's what Rika Furude is going to tell me.
クマちゃんも今回の岐阜の件で決めつける捜査がどれだけ冤罪を生み出してきたかよく分かったでしょう。
Kuma-chan, you must have learned exactly how false charges are made, seeing what happened in Gifu today.
ありゃひどかったっすね。
No? That was horrible.
あいつ、うちの署に嫌がったら俺でも許さないところです。
If that guy was at our station, I'd never forgive him.
結局最後まで間違いは認めてませんからね。
He flat out refused to admit he made a mistake.
岐阜県警はあくまでもあの死体は高野美代だったで通すつもりのようです。
The Gifu Police Department as a whole is still convinced that the body belongs to Mio Takano.
でもうちは高野美代生存でいきますよ。
But we'll operate under the assumption that she lives.
あとは県警同士のトップ会談で決着するでしょう。
The top of the department will make the final decision.
向こうのボンミスは確定してるんですから。
It's obvious that they made a simple mistake.
認めると怒られると思って躍起になって上乗りしてるんですよね。
They're just desperately covering it up because they'll be in trouble if they admit it.
いやはや、そういう体質は改めないといけません。
They really need to rethink their attitude. Car suddenly shook. They hit someone. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. At the point where the gravel road begins, you're officially in Hinamizawa. They continue to drive through the woods for a while.
クマちゃん、
Kuma-chan,
ちょいと止めて。
stop the car.
は？
What? I wish she had told him to stop immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed on the brakes. Oh. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats.
どうしたんですか？
What's wrong?
あの車、何やってんだろうな。こんなところで。
That car over there. I wonder what it's doing. I wish she tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, it looked like it was used for a private company. There's no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Kumagai also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight.
不審ですね。こんな時間に。
Strange that a van is out here at this hour.
それにしてもよく気づきましたね。
I'm surprised you even saw it.
いつも言ってます。
It's like I keep telling you.
刑事は四六時中目を皿にしてろってことです。
A detective always has to pay attention to his surroundings.
何やってんだろうな。
I wonder what he's doing there.
不法投棄かな。
Is he dumping something illegally?
まさか死体埋めてるんじゃないだろうな。
Is he dumping someone's body?
あるいは刺激不足のアベックかな。
Maybe it's a pair of lovebirds on a secret date.
車のセンスからしてそれはないか。
Well, that can't be it, judging by the van.
なあ、沖宮 PS どうぞ。聞こえてるかな。
Hello, Okinomiya Security. Do you read me?
なはは。こんばんは、さようなら。
No. Ha ha. Good evening and good night.
こちら沖宮 PS 感度良好です。
This is Okinomiya Security. Reading you loud and clear.
車両ナンバー紹介お願いします。
I need a license number scanned.
獅子骨ハノ4344。
Number. Dash. Number.
不詳獅子骨ハノ4344。
That's number. Dash. Number.
少々お時間もらえますがよろしいですか。
It might take a while.
お願いします。
We'll wait.
おいさん、地図で見るとここ電話会社の施設がありますね。
Oishi-san, according to this map, there's a facility of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation here.
電話会社の施設って何ですかそりゃ。
What in the world is a facility of the NTT? It was listed as a facility, but it wasn't staffed. It was just a place where machines were installed. Kumagai wasn't sure how telephone lines actually worked, but either way, it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there.
普通のワゴンだよな。
But that's just an ordinary van.
電話会社にゃ見えませんね。
Doesn't look like it belongs to the NTT.
電話会社ならそう書いた車で来るはずっすよね。
If it is them, shouldn't their name be on the van?
委託の伝説業者か何かの可能性もあります。
Maybe some other company is contracted to do it.
直接聞いた方が早そうですね。
Anyway, we should just go and ask. Oishi wasn't sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go to do maintenance so late at night?
ちょいと行ってみましょうか。
Let's go and check what's going on.
フォルデさんたちを待たせてますからね。パパッと行きましょう。
Furry-san is waiting for us, so we need to be fast. I'm fearing the worst here for our guys here.
そうっすね。
Something tells me this is either a trap or they're gonna spring upon something they shouldn't have, and they might be in trouble. But we'll see. Oh, if they get into trouble and then they don't end up meeting up with Rika, oh, could you imagine if that's how the plan fails? The curiosity getting to Oishi too much. Kumagai says, yes, sir. His well-honed detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling wasn't one that Oishi could easily explain. He has a strong sense that something was suspicious without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge others' character with that sense.
ウグイス2よりウグイス1
Nightingale 2 to Nightingale 1.
車両が1台停車
A vehicle stopped nearby.
2人降りました
Two people got out.
おそらく刑事です
They're probably police officers.
そちらへ接近中1分未満で接触します
They're approaching and will make contact in less than a minute. It was pitch black, yet they could see the two newcomers clearly. They were probably using a night vision scope.
了解
Roger.
全隊員注意せよ
Attention, all units.
ウグイス2から5はグリーンライトを待て
Nightingales 2 through 5, wait for the green light.
ウグイス7から8は前後 100m のクリアを確認せよ
Nightingale 7 and 8, make sure the surrounding 100 meters are clear.
待機了解
Roger.
ウグイス4、5聞こえたな
Nightingale 4 and 5, do you copy?
ウグイス4了解
Nightingale 4, Roger.
ウグイス5了解
Nightingale 5, Roger.
ウグイス7了解
Nightingale 7, Roger.
ウグイス8了解
Nightingale 8, Roger.
ウグイスより本部ウグイスより本部
This is Nightingale from HQ. Nightingale from HQ.
電話設備工作中にトラブル
There's been some trouble during the modification of the phone facility.
私服警官2名の職質と思われる
There are two police detectives.
発砲許可を申請
We request clearance to open fire.
本部了解。許可を待て。
Roger. Wait for the order. By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars, and 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. The Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2-man units, a sniper and spotter, to secure the means of retreat. They had all taken different positions, so that they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. He's just a guy. The snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. This is upsetting. The sniper's rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. The detectives found the fenced-in machinery right behind the parked van. There was a sign there saying that it was the property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation, and another sign warning people to keep away.
どうもこんにちは。
Hello, good evening.
すみません。作業中ですんで入らないでもらえますかね。
Sorry, but could you step back? We're in the middle of a maintenance operation. There were 4 men working there, wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open and were working on some wires.
どうも仕事中お邪魔してすみません。
Sorry to interrupt.
警察の者でございます。
We're from the police.
いえね。不思議なところに不思議な時間に車が止まっていたもので、どうしちゃったのかなと思いまして。
We were wondering what you guys were doing, since it's pretty strange to see a van parked out here.
そうですか。お仕事ご苦労様です。
Good evening, officers.
うちらももうちょっとで終わりますんで。
We're almost finished here.
おたくら、どちらさんです？
Who are you guys?
電電の人じゃないでしょ
You're not from the NTT, are you?
ああ、失礼しました。
Oh, we're not, no.
おこのぎ電気設備工事と申します。
We're from Okanogi Electrics.
あれ
Huh?
すみません。名刺を切らしちゃってるみたいです。
Oh, sorry, I'm out of business cards.
う。おこのぎ電気設備工事さんって会社どちらです？
Okanogi Electrics. Where's your office located?
はい。沖宮になりますけど。
Well, it's in Okinomiya.
会社の電話番号と住所を教えてください。
Could you give me the phone number and address of your office? Oishi is asking way too many questions. He is gonna get got here so soon. Oh my god, he's poking like a wasp's nest here. Holy shit. Oh my god, our guy here.
なんでそんなこと聞きますか？
Why do you want to know?
電話番号忘れちゃいました？
You forgot the telephone number? Oishi looked at them with a piercing glare. Their response was very suspicious. Usually, the vehicle of an electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside, and it looked just like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it. But this one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered him. They didn't sound nor look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. It was far too late in the day, and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, that was all he could tell just by looking around. He found them suspicious but had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kumagai wrote down the number so he could ask the station to call and confirm it was real.
私ら、そんな怪しいもんじゃありませんって。
We're not doing anything suspicious. No!
あんたら怪しすぎですって。
You guys are very suspicious. I love that. There, one guy goes, "We're not that suspicious or anything," and he just laughs in his face and says, "You guys are very suspicious."
一体何者です？
Who are you?
委託業者なら作業写真用に作業前作業後とか書かれた黒板とかあったりするでしょ
If you're really a contractor, you should have proof of that.
そういうのもないですし。
But you don't have anything.
だいたいあんたたちの雰囲気が違いすぎます。
Besides, everything about you seems off.
おまわりさん、そんな意地悪言われちゃかなわないです。
Officer, please don't cause us any trouble.
勘弁してください。私ら早く作業を終えて帰らなきゃならないんです。
Just leave us alone. We need to finish up our job here. Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they'd be cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they were just getting started. No.
もう化けの皮は剥がれてんだよ、兄ちゃん。
It's pretty obvious that you're lying, son. God, he really is just antagonizing. It's gonna be hilarious if he somehow doesn't die here. Right? Like, if he doesn't die, then a million claps to Oishi. But, I don't know, it just seems like this is not gonna end well.
まずバイトして勉強してからにしな。
You should have studied the role a little better if you wanted to pretend to be an electrician. Oishi raised his voice threateningly. The members of the Mount Dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions. He gave them a big, wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Oh no. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then, in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That way, it would become clear who they were really dealing with.
本部よりウグイス1
HQ to Nightingale 1.
発砲許可
You have permission to fire.
ウグイス7クリア
Nightingale 7, clear.
ウグイス8クリア
Nightingale 8, clear. The sniper was still aiming at Kumagai's head as he headed back toward their car. The safety, that last line protecting Kumagai's life, was disengaged. The sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking through the hole was very rough and merciless. For as soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life.
ウグイス1より狙撃班オールグリーン
Nightingale 1 to sniper team, all green. Kumagai heard a quiet noise. It was similar to the sound of the jump rope that he used to use as a whip when he was little. And then that was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Oof. Oh, that's so... No! Kumagai collapsed onto the gravel. That was it. He didn't even twitch. Damn, they had no chance. Oishi was laying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi only realized that he'd been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. I thought there was going to be a small chance that, like, I don't know, somehow they put up a better fight. I know you could say, like, how would they put up a better fight against, like, trained snipers that were, like, aiming right at him? But I don't know. Something about it, not just, like, I didn't think it was just going to be, like, one, boop, they're done. Somehow. But no, they didn't stand a chance. It's truly, they were done in by their curiosity, which sucks. Not their curiosity, Oishi's curiosity. Oishi only realized that he'd been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it didn't matter anymore as he started drowning on his own blood. Damn.
沖宮 TS より大石社どうぞ。
This is Okinomiya Security.
先ほどのナンバーが判明しました。
We scanned the police license plate number.
大石社どうぞ。
Detective Oishi?
大石社、応答願います。
Detective Oishi, please come in.
あれ？
Huh?
電波悪いのかな？
Did we lose the signal or something?
大石社、応答願い。
Detective Oishi, come in.
出ませんね。
He's not answering.
大石さんが車両紹介
Oishi-san wanted a plate number scanned?
誰の車だよ
Whose car is it?
村人の車ですね。
It's just a villager's car.
至って平凡な。
No one's special.
何者だよ
Who is it?
大石さんが聞いてくるからにはただ者じゃないんだろ
It must be someone suspicious if Oishi-san is asking about them.
突起事故欄は完全に空欄ですね。
It really seems like nobody out of the ordinary.
S 号指定もなし、
No accidents.
減点もなしだし、
No tickets.
バッシングでもされて腹が立ったんじゃないの？
He probably got pissed off after the car passed him or something.
あの人、根に持つとなかなか忘れないタイプなんだよ。
He can be a pretty stubborn guy sometimes. Ah,
ウグイスより本部
this is Nightingale.
2名を射殺
Both targets eliminated.
作業を再開
Resuming the mission.
本部了解。
Roger.
警官の車両処理は慎重に行われたし。
Be sure to dispose of their vehicle.
サンサ、ウグイスは警官2名を排除、作業を再開。
Major, Nightingale just terminated 2 officers. They're resuming their mission.
おやすみなさい。
Oh, the drip! The Takano drip! Holy. She just had 2 officers assassinated. And then she dares to stunt on them in this all black. Ugh, Takano, I fucking hate you. Sweet dreams, Oishi-san.
私の尻尾をつかめて、もう一息だと思ったでしょうに。残念ね。
Too bad. He was getting so close to catching me. Hee hee hee, ho ho ho.
コーヒーをもらえるかしら。
Can I get a cup of coffee?
どうぞ。
Absolutely.
しかし厄介な展開になってきましたね。
This is getting complicated.
R 宅には依然私服警官数名とそれから友人数名がいるそうです。
There's still several officers at R's house, and her friends are there as well.
R は自分が今夜殺されることに感づいているとしか思えません。
R must know that she's getting murdered tonight.
作戦が漏れています。
Someone is leaking information.
やはり決行は延期すべきでは。
I think we should postpone the plan.
明日の朝には死体が見つかっていないといけないのよ。
We have to have her corpse by tomorrow.
お偉いさんたちの日程上、その日が一番都合がいいって話なんだから。
That's what's most convenient for the people in charge.
作戦は決行します。
We have to execute this mission tonight. A crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They couldn't just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital.
山犬による過剰な警備にかえって過敏に反応したのでしょうか。
Maybe she's panicking at the dog's excessive security.
違うわね。
No.
漏洩じゃない。
It's not that information is being leaked.
予言よあれは。
She's predicting it.
富武の死と、そして私ですら知り得なかった偽装死体の状態まで知っていた。
She knew that Tomitake was going to die. She even knew how my body was going to be found.
あの子は女王なのよ。
She's a queen.
南沢の頂上存在の頂点に立つ女王で、巫女で降臨したるお社様の血脈に連なる正当な末裔。
She's a genuine heir to the blood of Oyashiro-sama, her priestess, in the queen position at the top of Hinamizawa's supernatural phenomenon.
神を欺くことなどできない。知られるのは宿命だったのよ。
It's impossible to hide things from God.
フルでリカをあっさり暗殺などできるわけがなかった。
In an extremely compressed voice for some reason, assassinating Rika Furude won't be so easy.
いいわよ、リカちゃん。
Alright, Rika-chan. I do not know why that voice line was in bad quality.
どちらがお社様の伝説を受け継ぐにふさわしいか勝負しようじゃない。
That's happened a few times during this series, I think. It's like weirdly compressed audio lines every once in a while. She says, let's see which of us deserves to inherit the legend of Oyashiro-sama.
あなたの死はお社様のたたりの最後を飾り、この村の伝説のフィナーレを飾る。
Your death will be the final curse of Oyashiro-sama, and will mark the finale of this legendary village.
私の作り上げた物語はその時こそ本当のたたりになるの。
When that happens, my plan will become the real curse. Hee hee. Hee hee. Damn Takano. It was now past 8 p.m. Mion ordered some noodles for us, her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. We were supposed to call it a night as soon as we talked to Oishi, but he's still not here. Yeah, about that. However, we all took it easy, assuming that they'd get here sooner or later. It's getting late. Once you get to Hinamizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. I'm sure they're having a quick dinner before coming here. However, yeah, a quick dinner of death. It's the best I could come up with. However, the 4 officers seem anxious. They all have families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they'd have to be out here. They're hoping that Oishi will bring other officers to relieve them so they can go home. They called the station, but all they said was Oishi was on his way, and we should wait because he'll be here soon.
遅いね、大石さん。
That Oishi sure is late.
渋滞にでも巻き込まれたんだよ。
I'm sure he's stuck in traffic.
ちょうど帰宅ラッシュの時間帯にぶつかっただろうからね。
It's still rush hour.
おまわりさんもお昼からずっといてくれてるんですのよね。
Those officers have been here since this afternoon, right?
交代が来てあげないとかわいそうですわね。
They must be tired by now.
そうだな。
I know.
何時に終わるのかもわからない仕事って疲れるもんな。
It sucks that they don't even know when they can go home.
警察の人には休んでもらって、私たちが夜景にでも立ちます？
Should we patrol outside so they can get some rest?
さとこのトラップワークで不審者の接近を阻むとか。
We can have Satoko set up some traps to prevent strangers from coming in here. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
甘いですわね、シオンさん。
Good thinking, Shion-san.
ここは私とリカの家なんでしたよ。
However, just think, this is our house.
常に二重三重のトラップが張り巡らせてありますわ。
We already have several traps set up around this place.
そうなんだ。
Really?
神社で遊ぶときは注意しないとね。
We should be careful when we're around here. With our stomachs full, the mood in the house had returned to a light-hearted one. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed, but knowing that Oishi would be here shortly made us feel relieved. But he's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Mion mentioned he might have gotten stuck in traffic, but I'm sure Oishi was considering that. That's why he told me it would take him about an hour. And it had now been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I want to believe that he's getting something to eat on the way, but I'm starting to get concerned. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock. The officers are completely exhausted. They had even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Satoko is yawning. It's way past our bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy. We've been spending our time watching TV and reading manga. I can feel my fear succumbing to sleepiness. Today is almost over. I'm going to survive the day I'm supposed to die. Does that mean that I escape my deadly fate? No. I'll have to fight endlessly from tomorrow on. I was going to discuss that with Oishi. Since he's not here, I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence.
Oishi-san ka?
Is that Oishi-san?
もしもし、フルデなのです。
Hello? This is the Furude residence?
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。沖宮署の小宮山と申します。
I'm sorry to call you this late. This is Komiyama calling from the Yokonomiya Police Department.
すみません。うちの大石ですが、そちらにおりますか?
By any chance, is Detective Oishi there with you?
いいえ。
No?
僕たちもずっと待っているところなのです。
We've been waiting for him for a long time.
そうですか。
I see. Fuck. It'd be very funny. He's just like, ah, shit.
わかりました。申し訳ございませんが、そちらに行っている警官に今から応援が行くので、引き継いだら祈祷するようお伝えいただけますか?
We'll send out more officers. So will you tell the ones there to leave once the relief comes? Oh no. What if this isn't the actual police department? This guy, oh my god. Oh, I'm so paranoid. But like, what if this is someone from the Mountain Dogs posing as the police department, knowing that they killed Oishi? So then he opens up. It's like a phishing scam. He opens up with being like, oh, is Oishi there yet? Knowing that he's not there yet and he's dead. And then he goes, oh, well, they know. And they clearly know that there's already people there. So then they just supplant those people, put in some new people that are posing as officers. The old ones leave. Oh, that's got to be what it is, right? Rika! Do something!
わかりましたです。
Rika, no! Okay, I'll do that.
それで、大石はどこに？
This is sad. This is not going to end well, is it? This is going to be a bummer. So where is Oishi?
夕方頃直接そっちへ行くと連絡があったきりだったので、てっきりそちらへお邪魔してるものと思っていました。
We got a call from him this evening saying he was heading there directly, so we thought he'd be with you already.
大石と交代で警官たちが戻ってくることになってたのですが、いつまでも戻らないのでどうなっているのかと思いまして。
The officers were supposed to return after Oishi arrived, but they haven't come back, so we were wondering what was going on. That's what I'd like to know, but arguing with the man on the phone wouldn't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave the message to the officers downstairs. It looked like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone.
どうしたんでございましょうね。
I wonder what's going on.
遅いにも程がありましたよ。
He's way too late.
何か重要な仕事があったりして道草でも食ってるとか？
Maybe he ran into some important case that he had to take care of.
それなら電話すると思うな。
He would have called us if so.
これから行くって電話したんだよ。
He told us that he was on his way.
これだけ遅くなったら絶対に電話してくれると思うな。
I think he'd call us if something was going on.
まさか東京って連中に襲われたとかか？
I know this is like a hindsight is, 2020 type situation, but like at this point, this group and the officers that they're with right now would be much better off relocating, like secretly without letting anyone else know at this point. Again, slight danger that you're like outside, and obviously like the group is kind of doing it, but right now they're just sitting ducks. Like the Mountain Dogs type and Tokyo, that group knows that they're just like positioned in this house. And they also know Oishi isn't getting to them. And they also know like they're much better off like attempting to relocate somewhere to a secret place and then just connecting back with the police department after that, Or, I mean, I know they're operating now under the assumption that they were just called by the police office and maybe it was them, maybe it wasn't them or anything, but like the guys that are doing protection, running protection for them, the officers that are stationed there right now should be calling the office and being like, hey, something's up. It's like when you get like a scam phone call from like your credit card company and being like, oh, there's suspicious activity. And they always advise you like, don't just give any information, hang up and then recall out to your bank or whatever the fuck. So that you're speaking to the right people. Whatever. It's basically what's happening. I'm armchair quarterbacking here. It's like I'm watching a horror movie and I'm the one in the audience screaming like, "Don't go in there!" Well, they can't hear me. They already know. All right. Catch says, was he attacked by Tokyo?
まさか。
No way.
と言いたいところですが、リカちゃまの言うような連中が相手なら。絶対そんなわけないとも言い切れないのが怖いところです。
But if they're really as scary as Rika-chama told us, that might be possible.
多分休養が入ったんだよ。
He's probably had something to take care of.
それで電話をするのを忘れてるんだと思う。
I bet he forgot to call us.
向こうも大の大人。それも天下の大石だよ。
Remember? He's a tough guy.
そうそう簡単には消されないって。
No one can take him down that easily.
来るなら早く来てほしいですわね。
I do hope he gets here soon. He yawned. Satoko yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. We can't stay up forever. We decided that we'd call it a night once the replacement officers arrived. I'm sure I've survived past the time I was supposed to die. That's probably because the police were protecting me. Perhaps both Takano and the mountain dogs are also on my side, and they took care of the murderer. I don't know who is changing my fate. Maybe my fate hasn't been changed and I'm going to get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the mountain dogs, but the only thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive. Soon, I heard the noise of someone walking on the gravel on the shrine grounds. One of my friends suggested that it might be Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect him to be disappointed when it's not. I'm starting to think like Hanyu.
こんばんは。沖宮署から参りました。
Good evening. I'm Komiyama.
小宮山と申します。
I'm from the Okinonomiya Police Department. It wasn't Oishi. Two of his fellow detectives had arrived instead. They were going to stay downstairs and have the 4 officers return home. They also told my friends to leave.
あとは私たち警察がいますので、どうぞ皆さんは家に帰ってください。
We'll stay here to protect her, so please go home.
ご家族の方が心配しますよ。
Your families must be worried about you.
みんなありがとうです。
Thank you so much, everyone.
刑事さんたちが来てくれましたし、もう大丈夫なのです。
The detectives are here, so I'm okay now.
本当に大丈夫？
Are you sure?
邪魔でなければ私たちも泊まるよ。
We'll stay here tonight if you like.
大丈夫なのです。
I'm fine.
第一、お布団も寝巻きもないのです。
Besides, I don't have any extra pajamas and blankets for you guys.
じゃあ明日。
Oh, this is gonna be so bad. See you tomorrow then.
これからはなるべくリカちゃんと一緒にいるようにしよう。
We'll try and stay with you as much as we can from now on.
部活はリカちゃんの家でやるっていうのでどうかな。
How about we do club activities here, after school?
あら、それなら素敵でございますわよ。
That would be wonderful.
み、
Me?
僕たちの家の床が抜けてしまうかもしれませんです。
My floor might break with all these people here.
違いねえな。
Wow! It might really break.
じゃあリカちゃま、
That laugh. Well, Rika-chama,
私たちこれで帰りますけど、用心してください。
we're going home now, but be careful.
暗闇で一人になるなんてことは絶対しないように。
Do not go out alone. Do not go out alone in the dark under any circumstances.
気をつけますです。
I'll be careful.
じゃあね。
All right.
また明日。
See you tomorrow.
はいです。
Yes.
また明日。
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Am I really going to see them tomorrow? I have no clue. I've tried so many things over the past 100 years. I've done many things, and I have memories of most of them. That's why I feel so scared on the day I die. It's the only day that I have no memory of. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. As I started getting ready to go to bed, Satoko suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes rather than in my pajamas. She was thinking that I should remain dressed just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. Yeah, you want to be properly dressed when you get attacked, you know, in your sleep. That's a really good point by Satoko. It sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. I decided to do what she told me to. That's why if you go to bed in the naked, in the nude, in the naked, God, if you go to bed in the nude, you're always risking it, you know? If someone breaks into your place and you're a naked sleeper, you're taking a big risk. Or maybe not. Maybe that's a good I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the strat would be there. Anyway, I decided to do what she told me to. I was just thinking. Satoko seemed so sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she suddenly started passionately explaining to me all the traps she set on the shrine grounds. She assured me that strangers will end up trapped if they try to sneak inside this building. To someone else, it might sound like she was trying to brag, but Satoko was trying to make me feel better. After everyone else left, she noticed how scared I looked. Satoko's kindness and everyone else's kindness, I feel like it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends, even if that won't end up changing my fate.
Rika.
Rika? Hanyu showed up again. She looked upset, so she was probably still thinking that I could get killed at any minute. But I'm actually starting to feel a little better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely, at least tonight. I'm more concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, the other detectives are here, and will stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight.
どうしたの?
What's wrong?
お腹でも空いたの?
Are you hungry?
出前じゃ甘いのはないからね。
I didn't eat anything sweet today.
冷蔵庫のジュースでも飲む?
Do you want me to drink some juice? Hanyu would usually cheer right up when I suggested drinking some juice, but not this time. Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. Something out of the ordinary had clearly happened.
どうしたの?
What's wrong?
もうすぐ時間がやってきますのです。
It's almost time. That sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Even Hanyu doesn't have any memories of my death. There's no way she can tell when I will be killed. However, she sounds so certain just now. Perhaps we can feel in the very cells of our body. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do. Up until now, I felt reassured that we could get through it somehow if we're all together. But as I clung to that life preserver with a hole leaking air, I was starting to drown in a sea of despair and struggling to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe.
大丈夫よ、羽生。
It's okay, Hanyu.
私は抗う。
I'm going to fight.
たとえ明日殺されるとしても、今夜殺されるという運命にだけは抗う。
Even if I get killed tomorrow, I'm not going to die tonight. Hanyu just gave me a look of faint sadness. That silence told me that my pitiful hope was going to push me down into a futile reality. I stared at Satoko as she continued to brag about her traps. If I'm getting killed shortly, Satoko won't be safe either. I quickly interrupted her talk about traps. The time was 1 in the morning. As it's hardly a big city, 1 a.m. in Hinamizawa is the middle of the night. The darkness here gets very deep. There was light leaking out from the first floor where 2 detectives sat on guard, but everything else was pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistinct.
予定時刻です。
It's time.
1階には刑事2名。
2 detectives are downstairs.
2階は消灯してすでに1時間以上が経過します。
It's been more than an hour since the light went out above them.
本部より3佐。決行の判断を。
Awaiting orders to begin the attack.
こんなに月の綺麗な夜だもの。始めなさい。
What a beautiful night. You have permission to engage.
刑事は排除でよろしいですか?
Should we terminate the detectives?
そうね。
Yes.
今夜、古出神社にいた人間は全てが忽然と姿を消し、鬼隠しとなる。
Everyone in the Furuya Shrine will be demoned away tonight.
それでいいわ。
It's better that way.
本部より大鳥。
HQ to Phoenix.
作戦開始。保証の刑事2名は実力で排除せよ。
Commence the mission. Terminate the 2 detectives.
なお発砲は許可しない。
You do not have permission to fire.
繰り返す。発砲は許可しない。
I repeat, you do not have permission to fire your weapons.
本部よりウグイス。
HQ to Nightingale.
大鳥が作戦を開始する。
Phoenix has commenced the mission.
電話線を遮断せよ。
Shut down the phone lines.
ウグイス了解。
Roger.
遮断する。
Or shutting them down. They had been working to disable the phone lines just in case their target tried to contact the police during the attack. That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into.
ほんじゃ、始めるかいね。
Let's begin.
大鳥湾より全隊員へ。
Phoenix 1 to all units.
突入準備。
Be prepared when you enter.
1階の刑事2名と2階の同伴者1名を排除せよ。
Terminate the 2 detectives on the first floor and the 1 companion on the second.
痕跡を残せん。
Do not leave any evidence.
発砲禁止。ガスも使えんね。
Do not fire weapons or use any gas.
テーサーを使え。
Use your tasers.
単銃で武装してるぞ。撃たせるな。
Remember, they have guns. Do not let them fire.
おこのぎ、素人相手に手こずらないでよ。
Come on, don't embarrass me, Okanogi.
まあ仕事ですんで。
I'm just doing
宮
my
遣いの悲しさですわ。
I'm just doing my job.
大鳥7、8前進。
Phoenix 7 and 8, advance forward.
バックアップは周辺警戒を厳重にされたし。
Backup teams, secure the perimeter.
大鳥7、了解。
Roger.
前進する。
We're heading in now. The 2 men in uniform slowly approached the building. The Mountain Dog's uniform is gray, so it didn't blend in with their surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, they look suspicious enough creeping up to the house like that anyway. They could both see light leaking from the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Rika would typically use the sliding door to get inside. The door was locked, but the Mound Dogs had obtained a spare key a long time ago. They put the key in the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice them the minute they did that. They'd have to rush inside and defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenixes 7 and 8 glanced at each other. This is Phoenix 7. We've arrived at the target location. Waiting for your command.
高野です。
Takano here.
綺麗に決めるのよ。
Make it nice and clean.
行きなさい。
Go ahead.
了解。
Roger.
突入する。
We're breaking in! Cock, cock. He turned the key in a hurry and opened the lock. By the time the detectives turned around, the door was already open and the 2 Mountain Dogs had stepped inside. They had aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter were still turning around. In a fight like that, the first 2 seconds are the most crucial moments. The detectives collapsed, making minimal noises. There were needles stuck in their bodies, and those needles were connected via wires to the attackers' guns. In other words, the weapons those 2 had weren't ordinary guns. They were stun guns in the shape of firearms. Instead of bullets, they shoot out electric needles that electrocute their victims into unconsciousness. Normally, they would be non-lethal weapons that allow the shooter to capture the victims without harming them much, but their tasers had been modified. The 2 dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed that the detectives were no longer breathing. But in the next moment, they heard a loud noise above them. This is Phoenix 10. Our and her companion have noticed us. They just jumped out from the 2nd floor window. Oh my god, they're sprung in action. They're running into the forest. Attention, Phoenix 4 and 5. They're heading your way. Capture them. Roger, let's go. Phoenix 4 spotted the 2 girls and started after them, but he suddenly stepped on something hard. Pow pow pow! With a cheap-sounding explosion, the area was filled with smoke. That was the trap Satoko had set using firecrackers. That's so good. That had proven to be a very fortunate idea. The Mound Dogs dropped to the ground assuming they were under fire. That gave Rika and Satoko a chance to escape. Who are they? Are they the organization from Tokyo that you're talking about? I think so. Just run. We're dead if they catch us. What's going on? What was that noise? This is Phoenix 5. Someone was shooting at us. Ours escaped. We'll continue the pursuit. Shit, they were just some firecrackers. Damn it.
Satoko-chan ne?
That must be Satoko-chan's handiwork.
やるわね。
She's pretty good. What? Hurry up. Don't let them escape inside someone's house. This is Phoenix 18. I've spotted the target. I need some backup.
2人は土地勘が強いわよ。
They know this area very well.
早く抑えないと確実に見失うわ。
If we don't get them now, we'll definitely lose them. This wasn't a game of hide and seek. It was a game of tag. Several men in uniform were chasing after Rika and Satoko. They weren't idiots, so they didn't waste energy on a futile act of shouting, "Wait." This was a quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night. That'd be so scary. Where are we going? Let's split up and try to shake them off. We'll meet at Mii's house. Her basement will be safe, and we can contact police from there. Satoko had no idea that Mion had a basement in her house, but she didn't have time to ask anything about it under her current circumstances. All she did was nod. Bang! The next moment, I felt my left foot catch on something, and I fell down to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or a piece of concrete.... Get out of here, Satoko! You'll be killed! Satoko wouldn't move on without me. She came back to lend me a hand. I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. I didn't know what to do. But Satoko, upon seeing him, quickly reacted. Ah! Satoko ran toward him and kicked him with all her might. Damn! Her foot had landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera. But there were 2 more of them right behind the first man. I can see them clearly now. They're the gardeners from that landscape company. They're wearing the same uniforms Okinogi is always wearing. They must be the mountain dogs. Now I'm certain that Takano is the culprit. And now that I know that, I can do something about it in the next world. But if I die now, will I lose my memory again? I can't die now. I need to survive so I can keep my memories. Oh, that's a good point. So she always remembers, like, all the memories except for the day that she dies, right? But in theory, if she extends that time that she dies and then gets to retain her memories onto the next time, then she'll know. Ooh, that's an interesting aspect to that. Satsuko took something out of her pocket and threw it at them. It was something like sand, and it blinded them. Oh shit, she hit them with a sand attack. Lowers their accuracy. However, even that could only buy us a few seconds. Satsuko tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at us. Their stun guns are only shaped like firearms. Satsuko, not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'll be shot if she turned and ran, Satsuko tried to attack them instead. Of course, there are 3 of them. Most would think it impossible to drive them off, but Satsuko didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run. Then she might as well fight back, because she might have a 1% chance of defeating them. Satsuko is determined to save me, even at her own expense. But I can't stay in this world if it means losing Satsuko. I'm dying anyway. I'd rather die for Satsuko's sake than lose her. But another me was shouting in my mind. If I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Satsuko behind? Gosh, she's playing like the worst type of roguelike game. If she dies in the game, she dies in real life. That's right. I should use this experience to my advantage in my next life. I should just let go of her in this world. Oh, that sucks. That's painful. No way. That really would make me a witch. But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys. I'm sure their backup will get here if we take our time to fight them. Should I fight them for her, or should I leave so I can confront my true enemy? Ah. What? Oh, I didn't even have a choice. Was that a fake? Oh shit, was that a fake choice? Oh. What's the term I'm looking for? It's not just like a fake choice, but like the game previously gave us a choice to pick, right? I mean, ultimately the original choice, there's so much to it. Yeah, the original choice, it didn't really matter. What ended up happening, there was just very slight differences, right, in the thing that we had. But it purposely gave us that choice to set us up for then this one, where we didn't have a choice. It was a fake choice to convey storytelling. Do you see that? Deep. How deep? Satsuko! Satsuko's bravery gives me courage. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. If you are wondering, though, which option I would have picked, I would have picked leave her behind. You have to, the world is gonna repeat anyway, right? Rika is gonna go again. You gotta try to keep the memories that the mountain dogs are the bad guys for the next life, right? If you're actually gonna try to make and affect any change. But I also understand the game trying to make a point that Rika can't be so cold as to just leave her friend alone after everything we've done so far in this game, right? The whole theme being like, don't leave your friends behind, always include your friends, always try to help your friends, don't let them go through struggles alone. I understand. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It only took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in the same June. I can't leave Satoko. Satoko! I'm fighting too. Rika? I told you to go. I had noticed something. They're only aiming at Satoko. There must be a reason why they can't shoot me. So I stood in front of Satoko to protect her. Just as I expected, they put their guns down and prepared to take us out without weapons. You guys are the mountain dogs? So Takano's behind this? Yeah. I'm so stupid. I know who you are, but I chose not to run. I'm not going to run. Even if you're going to kill me now. Someone once told me that fate can be destroyed as easily as a piece of paper. They must think this is my final speech. They'll let me talk until I was finished. You people are pathetic. That's why you'll never kill me. The next moment, one of them dropped to the ground. Holy shit! Oh, we're so back. Look at this. Ketchy had run toward him and kicked him from behind. Ketchy had kicked him right in the small of his back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. The other two tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Mion grabbed one of the guy's arms from behind and flipped him down to the ground. It must be some kind of martial art. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. Oh shit, Rina tried to push the remaining dog down with all her strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. He tried to aim his gun at Rina, but she had already done what she was supposed to. All she needed to do was get his attention. Shion had snuck up behind him and she fired her stun gun into his back. Or neck or back. What'd she say? Neck? Back? Neck. Not back. The stun gun made a snapping noise and the dog fell down to the ground with the rest of his friends. Wow! Kasai told me this was illegally modified. Works pretty well. Shion, hit this guy too. Are you guys okay? That was close. You ran so fast it took us a lot of time to catch up. I'm really glad we stuck around. We were waiting out here in case anything happened. You mean you stayed out here without going back home? Yup. I saw someone who looked suspicious staring at the shrine when we were leaving. I'm really surprised you saw him in this darkness. Neither lies nor camouflage work on you, huh? So, figuring you would leave if they spoke to him, they secretly staked out that suspicious man. They started following us as soon as they heard the sound of the firecrackers. I never expected I'd be saved like this. Can't stay here any longer. What should we do now? We were trying to get to Mion-san's house. You have a basement there, apparently? The underground storehouse. That's a perfect spot. We've also got some weapons inside there. Shh. Don't say that out loud.
とにかく私もうちに逃げ込むのは賛成。
Anyway, I think that's a good idea.
あそこには秘密の通路がいくつもあるから連中の裏をかけるよ。
There's several secret passages in there, so we can get the drop on them.
なら急ごう。
Come on, let's go.
追っ手が来てる。
They're still after us. A white van was approaching us at high speed. It obviously belonged to the mountain dogs. The van had stopped not far from us, and more people in uniform jumped out. There were at least 6 of them. If we all run, the slowest runner might get caught, so we should take them down while we can. I don't know if they have a license, but Mion and Xion knew how to drive a car. We take their van and get away from here.
6人だ。
There's 6 of them.
ちょうどいいね。
That's perfect.
全員の全力でぶちのめして車をいただこう。
Let's beat them unconscious and steal their van. Alright, time to see. 6v6. Who wins in a fight? Highly trained mountain dogs attack unit? Or a bunch of spunky kids? Some of them, some slightly decent of fighters, but they're kids. Let's go. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
それは明暗ですわね。
That's a good idea.
そうと決まりゃ速攻だぜ。
Let's go get them. The mountain dogs were ready to chase us. They had no idea that we would try and attack them instead. Rina is always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. Another one tried to grab her from behind, but Ketch kicked him in the side as hard as he could.
おいおいレナ、やり合うときは背中を気にしろよ。
Hey, Rina, watch your back.
ケイチ君に任せるよ。
I'll leave that to you, Ketchi-kun.
よろしくね。
Please look after me.
レナさんの茨城時代ってめちゃくちゃ興味あります。
I'm kind of curious about what you were like back in Ibaraki.
というか、人殴るのに躊躇なさすぎ。
You sure don't hesitate to punch people.
スタンガン使うのに躊躇ないあんたが言わない。
And you don't hesitate to zap people with an illegal stun gun. Given that Xion had that stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon she had in her hand. But thanks to that, Xion had stopped one of them for certain. It was fortunate for us that they didn't have any guns of their own. They had no way of countering Xion's stun gun. Satoko attacked him from behind. She encircled his neck with a jump rope and pulled. Oh my god. Xion followed up, quickly hitting him with her stun gun. What was I doing during all that? The only thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. Run distraction, it's great. They're pursuing me after all. They want to catch me more than anything else. But that leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Ketchi had already hit the one trying to grab me. I think we had a chance here. We may not be able to take all of them down, but we can try and find a chance to escape to their vehicle.
リカちゃんから話を聞いていたとき、とんでもねえ奴らだとビビっていたが、どうやら俺たちと同等程度みたいじゃねえか。
With what Rika-chan said, I thought these guys would be really strong, but they're not that bad.
みーちゃんの部活メンバーはつまりそのくらい強いってことなんだね。
That's just how strong we club members are. The power of
恐れ
friendship,
ない
man.
というのが多分強さの秘密ですね。
Not being afraid is probably the secret to strength.
お姉の部活は遠慮ってやつをなくす訓練みたいなもんですから。
Sis's club activities are practically trained to get rid of your hesitation. If we all fight together, we can win this 6-on-6 battle. If any one of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. If my friends hadn't stayed behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it. The dogs Xion took down with her stun gun were starting to wake up. The ones that we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. We have to get out of here. Too bad, like, Rina doesn't have, like, her hatchet. She would be dismembering people so quickly. you could just have a situation where, like, Xion stuns them, and then as they're on the ground, she just lops off a couple of appendages or something. You know what I mean? Too bad. The ones that we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. We have to get out of here. This isn't the time for me to just be running around.
ちょうどいいわね。
Fine.
やってやるわ。
Let's see what I can do.
リカ。
Rika.
羽生、あなたは相変わらず諦めてるんでしょ。
Hanyu, I know you can, you still can't believe in hope. Just like always.
諦めない悪あがきがどれだけの力を持つかそこで見てなさい。
Stay there and see what my stubbornness can do.
私は打ち破る。私たちは打ち破る。
I'm going to change his fate.
今からね。
I'm going to do it right here.
それをあなたの目の前で見せてあげる。
Let me show you what I'm capable of.
よし、みんないいね。
Alright, everyone.
一撃で決めるよ。目の前の敵を一人打ち倒せ。
We're going to finish this right now. Take down whoever is in front of you.
それから車を奪って逃げる。
Then we're going to grab their car and get out of here.
はいです。
Yes,
僕もやりますですよ。
going to do this.
気に入ったぜリカちゃん。
You go, Rika-chan.
よっしゃ行くぞ。
Alright, let's go! On Ketchy's signal, we attacked 6 of the mountain dogs in unison. Time gradually slowed down. I truly felt like I was trying to overcome that impossible wall of time and change my fate. However, time continued to slow even further, till it stopped. What's going on? It felt like the film reel of a movie had gotten hung up partway through, like time itself had come to a standstill.
羽生
Hanyu?
どういうこと？
What's this all about?
その時が来たのです。
The time has come.
どうして？
What? Why? What is she doing? Wearing a sad expression, Hanyu pointed at Ketchy. I finally noticed something. All my friends had noticed already, except for Ketchy. Keiichi?
その胸の前に浮いているのは何ですか？
What's that floating in front of your chest?
何ってなんだよ。
What do you mean?
あ？
Huh?
これなんだよ。
What is this? Time had stopped, just when Ketchy was about to hit his opponent. He then realized that something was floating in front of his heart. It was a metallic silver cone. That was the first thing I could think of.
嘘。ケイちゃん。
No, Ki-chan.
なんだよこれ。
What? What the hell is this?
まさか集団？
Is this a bullet? It's exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Ketchy's chest, just before it would enter his body. That's right. Once time starts moving again, it'll slam into his chest. In other words, it's too late. Ketchy will immediately die when time starts up again.
誰が撃ったの？
Who shot it?
だって相手は6人。誰も銃なんか持ってないよ。
Those 6 guys didn't have any guns.
あそこ。
Look!
ワゴン車のところですわ。
Over there by the van! Satoko couldn't point at the van. Time had completely stopped after all. We could see another person standing near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside, not 6. Oh, a secret 7th person. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. We hadn't seen her at all. Oh, fuck. It's fucking Takano. It's blonde hair lady. That person is someone we all know very well. Yes, it's Takano.
高野さんだ。
It's Takano-san.
高野さんが撃ったの？
She shot the gun?
ケイチ君は？
She shot Ketchy-kun? In the frozen world, Takano was smiling, still aiming her gun at Ketchy. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. She came out and fired her gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all.
そっか。なるほどな。
I see. I get it now.
やっぱり黒幕は高野さんだったんだな。
So Takano-san was a bad guy all along.
どうしよう。
What are we going to do?
ケイちゃん、なんとか体をひねってかわせないんですか？
Ki-chan, can't you try and twist your body to avoid the bullet?
バカ。無理なこと言うなよ。
Don't be stupid.
弾丸だって止まるくらいに全てが止まってるんだぞ。
Time has totally stopped.
俺だって動けるわけがねえだろ。
I can't move at all.
なら時間が動き出すのと一緒に上半身を反らすんですの。
Then try moving right as soon as the time starts moving again.
そうすれば少しでも違うかもしれませんわよ。
That might make a difference. Everyone was desperate to save Ketchy. However, no matter how hard we thought we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Ketchy started to laugh.
なんかよくわからないけどさ。
I really don't know what's going on.
とにかく、こうなっちまったものは仕方がない。
But there's nothing that can be done.
時間が動き出せば、俺は死ぬだろう。
I'm dead the minute time starts moving again.
死ななくても、まあ少なくとも戦力にはならなくなるな。
Even if I don't die, I won't be of any help to you guys anymore.
だからみんな。
So, listen.
今のうちに俺のことを諦めろ。
Just give up on me.
そして目の前の敵と高野さんをぶちのめして車を奪うことを考えるんだ。
You only need to think about taking these guys down and getting inside that van.
嫌です。
Never.
圭一が死んでもダメです。
You can't die.
そんな世界は嫌なのです。
I don't want to lose you.
羽生、これが運命だというの？
Hanyu, are you telling me that this is my fate?
避けられない運命だというの？
Are you saying that there's no way to overcome this?
大丈夫ですよ、リカ。
It's okay, Rika.
忘れられます。
You won't remember this.
忘れられますから。
You won't. That doesn't make it any better, Hanyu. God, Hanyu. You're the worst. No, no!
ケイちゃんがこのまま死んじゃうなんて。
Ki-chan is not going to die.
やめなよ、みーちゃん。
Stop it, Mi-chan.
とにかく目の前の相手を倒すことに集中しよう。
Let's concentrate on taking them down.
倒れる圭一君に振り返る時間をきっと圭一君は望まない。
I'm sure Ketchy wouldn't want us spending time turning back to him as he falls.
ああ、そうだぜ、レナ。
That's exactly how I feel, Rina.
頼むぞ、みんな。リカちゃんを。
Guys, take care of Rika-chan.
まずはこの場を逃げ延びて、監督に連絡を取れ。
Get out of here and contact Coach.
多分、こいつらは大石さんをもう殺してる。
They probably killed Oishi-san.
だからあれだけ待っても来なかったんだ。
That's why he never showed up.
みんな、生き延びろよ。絶対だ。
Listen, promise you I'll survive. Promise me. Keiichi!
リカちゃん、最後の最後にごめんな。
Rika-chan, I'm sorry.
運命なんて覆せるって大見え切っておきながら最初にリタイアしちまう。
I'm the one who told you that we could change destiny, but I'm going to have to retire now. Oh, this bitch. Sounded just like Takano's regular laughter, but it was the scariest noise I'd ever heard.
根性の名残は尽きた？
Are you ready to let go of your life now?
高野さん、これで俺たちが負けたと思うなよ。
Takano-san, we haven't lost just yet.
見終わったのね、走馬灯。
Done watching your life flash before your eyes? The silence suddenly ended, and the clamor of reality returned. An explosive sound then hit Ketchy straight in the chest. Oh, this music. Oh, Mikoro-san. I watched Ketchy collapse right in front of me. He fell down on his back while his blood splattered everywhere. And after that, he stopped moving. There's no way any of us weren't shocked by that. We tried to take down the foes in front of us, but more came from behind. We tried to struggle as best we could, but there was no way we could win against all those adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up as if I weighed nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting and courageous unity we showed right before Ketchy was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly on the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside my ears.
高野より本部へ。
Takano to HQ.
制圧したわ。
Taken care of it.
私の言ったものを準備させて。
I need what I told you before.
それから死体がたくさん出るから処分の手配を。
I also need someone to clean up the bodies.
死体袋が5つと血を流すのに水がいるわね。
Send me 5 bags and some water to clean up the area.
持ってこさせて。
Understand? She needs 5 bags. My body froze up, but time did not. Just seeing her makes me enraged. Takano, laughing, pointed her gun at Mion's head. Hey, are you kidding me?
あなたの背中の入れ墨、一度見てみたかったの。
I've always wanted to see the tattoo on your back.
後で見せてもらうわね。
I'm gonna take a peek at it later. Fucking freak. Takano, a fucking freak?
見たければ勝手に見ればいいでしょ。
Sure, have a look if you want.
見たってつまらないよ。
It's nothing special.
そう？
Oh?
私は楽しいと思うわよ。
You don't think I'll find it interesting?
やめて！みーちゃんを撃たないで！
Stop! Don't shoot her! Takano shook her head in response to Rina's scream.
ダメよ。
I have to kill her.
ミオンちゃんが部長さんなんだから一番じゃなきゃね。
She's the leader of your club, so she has to go first.
嘘。やめ。
No! Stop! Oh. Then there was a dull noise followed by Mion's body twitching. We all tried to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. However, they were too strong, and all we could do was squirm like insects. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle. He then stepped towards Satoko, but Shion started screaming curses at her. My.
あなたが先に撃たれたいのかしら？
You want to be shot before her?
おとなしくしてればもう数秒は余計に生きられたのに。
You could have stayed alive a few more seconds if you were nice and quiet.
やめてシオンさん。
Stop it, Shion-san.
挑発なんかしても意味がありませんでしたよ。
Don't agitate her like that. I know why she's doing that. Shion wants to protect Satoko for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Satoshi told her to. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Stepping over Kechi's body, she approached Shion.
私、やっとわかりましたよ。
I get it now.
サトシ君を。あんたが殺したんですね。
You killed Satoshi-kun, didn't you?
そうなんでしょ？
Isn't that the truth?
あいにくね。メイドの土産って嫌いなの。
Sorry, I don't like giving out secrets.
だから教えてあげないわ。
So I'm not telling. Oh, so cold. Shion's body twitched. That had followed the dull sound of another gunshot. Just 2 dull sounds had stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. It didn't add up. I started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano can take away lives.
無抵抗の人を撃って楽しいの？
Is it that amusing for you to take away innocent lives?
この人でなし！
You monster!
あら、次はあなたが撃たれたいの？
Oh, so you want to die next?
黙ってれば最後の順番になったのに。
You were going to be the last one if you stayed quiet. Kechi, Mion, and Shion died. The oldest one of us left was Rina. Rina didn't want to see Satoko and me die before she did.
連続開始事件は全部高野さんの仕業だったんですね。
So you were the culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa.
お社様のたたりの代行者のつもりだったんですか？
Do you think you're Oyashiro-sama's proxy or something?
代行者じゃないわ。
I'm not a proxy.
私がたたりを下すのよ。
I'm handing out divine punishment.
あなたには見せられないわね。
It's too bad that you're not going to see it.
お社様の怒りがこれからこの村に下るのは。
Soon enough, Oyashiro-sama's wrath is going to destroy the whole village.
それは私が起こす。
But I'm the one who's going to make that happen.
私のたたり。
It's my curse.
そう。私はまさにお社様そのものになるのよ。
Yes, going to become Oyashiro-sama.
その時、私は人としての域をようやく超えることができるの。
I'm going to become something more than human.
まあ、あなたには私の気持ちはわからないでしょうね。
You'll never understand how I feel. This is what a god does. Kills defenseless kids. And feels morally superior because of it.
人を超えて神になろうとする心地よさなど誰にも理解できないわよ。
You'll never understand how wonderful it is to become a god.
無理だと思うな。
I don't think that's possible.
高野さんがどれだけお社様のふりをしたってお社様にはなれないよ。
No matter how much you try to become Oyashiro-sama, it won't work.
所詮はごっこ遊び。
It's just a game for you.
お社様になんか
You'll,
あなたはなれない。
you'll never become Oyashiro-sama.
なれるわよ。
I will.
これからなるもの。
Process has already begun. Rina laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh.
何がおかしいのかしら。
What's so funny?
無理だよ。
It's impossible.
だって
Because
お社様はいるんだもの。
because Oyashiro-sama is already here. Those are Rina's last words.
さて。
Well,
最後はさとこちゃんね。
it's your turn now, Satoko-chan.
あなたは殺しても殺さなくてもどうでもいいの。
I don't really care if you live or die.
でもあなたは生きた研究資料だからね。
But you're a living research sample.
東京はあなたの生きたままの捕獲に懸賞金をつけてくれてるわ。
Tokyo has a bounty on capturing you alive.
大した額じゃない。
But it's not very much.
私の取り分はせいぜいヨーロッパに旅行に行ったら消える程度よ。
My share would run out with just a trip to Europe.
まあ生け捕りにしてもあなたは結局はろくな目に遭わないけどね。
If I capture you alive, nothing good will happen to you anyway.
生きたまま頭蓋を切開されるのが関の山よ。
They'll probably open up your skull and probe through your brain while you're still alive.
それに私あなたとはお友達だったしね。
Besides, I was your friend.
この場で撃ち殺してあげるのも優しさかと思ってる。
I think it might be kinder to shoot you dead right here.
どっちがいい？
Which would you prefer? Sadistic.
決められるわけないでございますわよ。
I can't decide that. Satoko shouted back at her. Her eyes were full of tears.
じゃあクイズ。
Let's do a quiz then.
ブロッコリーとカリフラワー。
Broccoli or cauliflower?
緑色はどっち？
Which one is green? Oh, this is so sick. Fuck Takano so hard, dude. Oh, God. You know, it's always that, thing they say, like, damn, like, in any kind of video game or story or whatever, can you, just the reaction you have, like, is a villain well written where you have a visceral reaction every time they open up their mouths. Fuck Takano. We all hate Takano here. I was so right for just calling her blonde hair lady for like the first half of the game. Not bothering to remember her name. Oh, she's so scummy. Alright, broccoli or cauliflower? Which one is green?
いえ、ブロッコリー。
It's No, it's broccoli. Oh. Pow. As soon as I heard that same dull sound, Satoko stopped moving. Takano smiled and said, "Good girl," to what used to be Satoko. That one's so fucked up.
本当に今夜は月の綺麗な素敵な夜だこと。
This really is such a lovely and beautiful night.
ね、あなたもそう思わない？
Don't you agree?
そして私を殺すのね。
So, you're going to kill me too?
え、
Yes,
殺すわ。
I will kill you.
女王感染者の死体が作戦の鍵なの。
The corpse of the Queen Carrier is the key to this mission.
あなたはここから遠く離れた東京の地での醜い政治的勢力争いの具になるのよ。
You're going to become an ugly political tool far away in Tokyo.
そして鬼ヶ淵村の伝説のピリオドとなる。
And then, the legend of Onigafuchi will finally come to an end.
私をどういう殺し方にするか 高野の考えそうなことが分かったわ。
I know how you're planning to kill me.
あら、わかるの？
Oh, you do?
言ってみて。
Let's hear it. I'm not going to say it, but I know. It's Watanagashi. She wants to do the real Watanagashi using my body. I'm sure she's planning to cut open my stomach and pull out my guts. To do that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. I vaguely remember that part.
想像がついてるようね。
I guess you already know.
じゃあ、おやすみなさい。
Good night,
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan. I ruined the line. I'm gonna let it re-say it again.
想像がついてるようね。じゃあ、おやすみなさい。リカちゃん。
One of the dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in a chemical substance.
高野、待ちなさい。
Wait a minute, Takano.
みんな潔く死んだのに、あなたは命乞いなの？
Everyone's dead, but you're begging for your life. Alright, this is how, before we advance any further, this is how this is going to be settled. Rika is going to challenge her to a game of mahjong, and then Rika pulls that sleight of hand trick. Wins, beats Takano. Takano has no choice but to accept her defeat. And she just fucks off into oblivion. That's how I would have written it.
違うわ。
That's not it.
私を殺すなよ。眠らさずに殺しなさい。
If you're going to kill me, do it without putting me to sleep. Oh, is that maybe Takano, or is that maybe Rika trying to think maybe if she doesn't get put to sleep, she would remember? That might be what it is, right? Better chance of having her memories, maybe, for the next cycle. Takano hadn't expected to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Hanyu was also surprised to hear that. It would obviously be a terrible way to die.
どういうつもり？
What are you thinking?
楽に死ぬ気がないの？
Wouldn't you prefer an easy and painless death?
辛いわよ。
You know it's going to be horrible, right?
生きたまま腹を裂かれるのは。
I'm going to cut open your stomach while you're still alive.
忘れないためよ。
I don't want to forget about it. Yes, I'm doing this so I'll remember. I'm not going to forget about it.
あなたが私の腹を裂くの。私は魂に刻みつける。
The picture of you cutting open my stomach will be forever burned into my soul.
それを私は絶対に忘れない。
I'm never going to forget that.
あなたに再び会った時、
Next
あな
time,
たが敵であることを思い出すために。
next time I see you, I'll remember that you did this to me. What are you cooking up in your little head?
でも、あなたは他の子たちよりは少しは賢明みたいね。
I guess you're smarter than the other kids.
1秒でも長生きすれば、悲鳴を上げるくらいのチャンスはあるかもしれないからね。
At least you get to have a chance to scream for your life.
でも、そうはさせないわ。
I'm not going to let you do that, though. They forced something other than the handkerchief inside of my mouth. It was a gag. With that in, I couldn't close my mouth, leading my saliva to start overflowing. Soon, another van arrived. More mountain dogs came out of it. They had probably come to get rid of the bodies. They grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. After that, they sprayed a bunch of water on the ground to clean up the blood. They asked Takano how many shots she fired. They started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all of the evidence. By the time the night was over, there'd be no more proof left. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them with handcuffs. My ankles were tied up too. I also tied my ankles and wrists together. My body was bent like a shrimp and I was no longer able to walk. My mouth was covered so I couldn't even talk. Couldn't move, talk, or express myself in any other way. They had taken away everything that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. I was just a toy named Rika Furude, a toy to give Takano joy, car started moving. It seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. As the time of death approached, some of my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right. I was killed like this so many times. Every time I repeated my life, Takano got pleasure out of killing me. Somebody rubbed my head. Were they trying to comfort me? I shook my head to try and refuse. They laughed at me as I did so. Rika! Rika! Hanyu showed up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears. Again. It didn't work. It didn't work again. Again. When I saw Hanyu's painful tears, I was convinced. I was wrong. Hanyu is not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyu wants a happy future too. But her hopes were betrayed countless times, and she was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyu was crying in my place.
いいのよ、羽生。
It's okay, Hanyu.
私たちあれだけ努力した。
We did what we could.
精一杯頑張った。
We worked very hard.
もう一息で運命を覆せそうな予感すらした。
We were getting so close to changing our fate for real.
それでも届かなかったなら仕方がないし。
It still didn't work out.
それにね、なんだか
But for some reason,
気持ちいいの。
I feel satisfied. I've never fought this hard in my life. I've never learned so many things. Guess I can repeat my life endlessly. I've been taking each one for granted. But everyone else is taking their lives seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that. But I finally understood. I learned something from this life. I put all my effort into it. So, I'm sad that I didn't make it. But I feel satisfied just the same. It's a strange kind of satisfaction. I wonder how many of these memories I can keep. I get the sense that I'm going to lose my memory of this evening. If that's the case, I will lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. I finally found out that Takano is the mastermind. Am I going to repeat the same world again, not knowing the truth? She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs. I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face.
羽生。
Hanyu,
私はくじけない。
I'm not going to give up.
この記憶がたとえ引き継げなくてもいい。
I don't care if I can't recall this memory.
がむしゃらに生きていく。
I'll continue to live my life.
6月の狭い日々にしか生きられなくなり、最後には綿流しの日にしか生きていられない存在になってもいい。
I don't care if I can only live in this June, and that eventually I'll only be able to go back to the night of Watanagashi.
それが私の生なら、精一杯生きて、
If that's
自分の人生を切り開く。
if that's my life, so be it.
僕も忘れません。
I'm not going to forget either.
きっと覚えてて、もしリカが忘れていたら、きっと僕が教えますから。
If you don't remember, I'll tell you the truth.
羽生。
Hanyu,
あなたはやっぱ
I
り
knew,
冷たい傍観者のふりをしていたのは悲しさに怯えていたからなんだよね。
I knew it. You acted like an unfeeling bystander, but that's because you were afraid of the pain.
僕もみんなと楽しく過ごす未来に行きたかったです。
I also want to have a happy future with everyone. Hanyu started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She decided to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt on this night. But she ended up hurt and devastated anyway. Hanyu, are you happy that this world is ending just like you predicted? I decided not to ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped. 2 men pulled me out of the vehicle. We had returned to the Furude Shrine. There were several men waiting in front of the offertory box. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick BRB since we've just been going so hard for a while, and this is the first chance where I feel like it's fine, like we're a small little break. So, I'm still totally down with continuing to push here. But I do need to stretch. I've been reading for basically 2.5 hours. So I will be right back. I'll throw up a BRB screen. Give me at most like 5 minutes. And then at most 5 minutes. I'll restock some water, stretch my legs, and then we'll hunker down for the rest of this. So, be back shortly. Okay, I'm coming back. I'm back. I was close enough to 5 minutes. I like to think that even if you're watching the VOD and you get to that 5-minute break or whatever in between these Higurashi streams, whenever I do like throw up the BRB screen, I like to think that everyone who watches it doesn't just fast forward 5 minutes. They actually just either let it go, they just let the BRB go, or they also take like a little break. They time their breaks with me, with past me basically. We all take a communal break, even if it's not on the same timeline. You know what I mean? Some good water right there. Okay. Nearby, there are countless sharp knives laid out on the ground. They're going to cut open my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all of my clothes. They left the gag inside my mouth and the handcuffs around my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather, I was just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Takano's a little fucking freak, dude. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I'm not going to forget this. Everyone worked together, and we finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget this, my friend's efforts and deaths will have been in vain. I need to stay alive as long as I can, so that I will remember the pain. Hanyu? Don't look away. You have to watch. Remember this forever. Oh. Is this really the only way I can help you? Is this all I can do because I can't touch or talk to anyone? That's good enough. If you continue... God, Rika always talks so slow. If you continue to stare at me, I can endure this pain. Hanyu nodded and sat right next to me, while continuing to cry. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly as if it's taking pity upon me. We also looked at the faces of my murderers. That beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. It's so painful. I'm consumed with the fear of not being able to do anything about this. It'd be very funny if I took a BRB and this was about to end in like 10 minutes. But Hanyu is right next to me. That gives me comfort. It's not just Hanyu either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there watching me, so I can stand this torture. That's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. I didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. This was such a wonderful world. We didn't overcome this fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad. I'm disappointed. My future was right in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I have to be proud of myself. Kechi voiced his disagreement. He still felt that he could have done more. We were almost there. I almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, but not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough. But all of you worked so hard together. I was watching. I saw the whole thing.
いや、足りてなかったんだ。
But it wasn't enough.
運命を打ち破ろうとする意志が全員で結束できていたなら、必ず奇跡は起こせたんだ。
If we'd had a will strong enough to overcome this fate, we should have created a miracle.
そうなんだよ。
That's right.
全員が信じたなら、必ず奇跡が起こせるんだよ。
A miracle will happen if everyone believes in it.
さとこもリカちゃまもみんなよく頑張りました。
Satoko, Rika-chama, and everyone else worked so hard.
ごめんなさいですわ、リカ。
I'm sorry, Rika.
あなたが打ち明ける勇気を見せてくれたのに、私はあなたを救えなかったですわ。
You were brave enough to ask us for help, but I couldn't save you. Satoko held my shoulder and cried.
そうよ。
That's true.
みんなで力を合わせたわ。
Everyone worked so hard.
それでダメなら仕方のないこと。
But it still didn't work out.
ありがとう。
Thank
み
you.
んな本当にありがとう。
Thank you all so much.
多分あまたの世界と同じ死を迎えるのに
I'm going to die
こんな
again.
にも諦めがつく死は初めて。
I'm going to die again. But I've never felt so good about it.
この死を代償に私は本当に大切なことを学んだ。
I've learned so many things in this world.
リカちゃん、
Rika-chan,
違うの。
I know.
奇跡が起こらなかった理由、レナは知ってるよ。
I know why the miracle didn't happen in this world. Rina spoke gently, but she wasn't smiling at all.
ねえ、
Hey,
本当にみんな奇跡を起こそうと信じてた？
did everyone really believe that we could create a miracle?
未来を望むとき全員が信じてなかったら奇跡は起こらないんだよ。
If you're hoping for a future, but not everyone believes in it, then a miracle won't happen.
何言ってんだよレナ。
What are you saying, Rina?
俺たちは結束した、団結した。
We were united.
運命を打ち破れることを疑わなかったぞ。
No one had doubts that we could overcome this fate.
なあミオン。
Right, Mion?
うん、
Yeah,
そうだよレナ。
he's right, Rina.
誰も運命に勝てないなんて思わなかったよ。
Everyone thought we could overcome it.
リカちゃんのこの運命を覆したいと思う誰もが絶対に運命を打ち破れると信じてたよ。
Everyone believed that we could.
そうですわ。
That's quite true.
リカですらそれを信じましたのよ。
Even Rika believed in it.
最後の最後にリカは私たちを信じて運命を打ち破れると信じましたのよ。
She finally believed that with our help, she could change her destiny.
もちろんレナも信じたよ。
I believed in it too.
でも信じなかった人がいると思うの。
But I think there was someone who didn't believe. Gonna fucking are we all gonna is it fucking Hanyu? The power of Hanyu? Do we get mad at Hanyu time?
誰がです？
Who is that? What? Who can it be?
ねえ、あなた。
Hey, you. Rina turned to Hanyu and asked her a question.
あなた信じてた？
Did you believe?
運命に打ち勝てるって信じててくれた？
Did you believe that we could overcome this fate? No, you can't avoid the question, Hanyu. It's your fault.
触れることができなくても、喋ることができなくても、
Even if you can't talk to us or touch us,
信じることはできるんだよ。
you can still believe.
あなたも信じてくれたなら、きっと奇跡が起きた。
If you'd believed in us, the miracle would have happened. Damn, Rina
僕が
just...
信じて何が変わったのでしょうか。
Would something really have changed if I believed?
僕は何もできない非力な存在なのです。
I'm a powerless existence. I can't do anything.
僕は見ていることしかできない。受け入れることしかできない。
All I can do is watch and accept. Not with that attitude.
そんな僕が信じるだけで奇跡が起こせたというのですか？
You're saying that I could have made a miracle happen just by believing?
ああ、起こせたな。
Yeah, you could have. Kechi stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her, he was just stating the truth.
そうだね。
That's right.
あの時、こっちは6人だった。
There were 6 of us,
向こうは7人だった。
and there were 7 of them.
あなたが信じてくれてたら、それだけで心は7つだった。
If you'd believed along us, alongside us, maybe? We would have numbered 7 souls.
だったならきっと奇跡が起きた。
The miracle could have happened. Rina just stating clear math facts.
奇跡はね、触れたり喋ったりで起こすんじゃないんだよ。
You don't make miracles happen by touching something or saying something.
信じる気持ちが起こすんだよ。
You make them happen by believing. Hanya had realized that this ending wasn't caused by fate. It was because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak as to accept this fate. She started crying again.
名前も知らないあなた。
We don't even know your name.
あなたにも悲しみや辛さと戦う勇気が必要だった。
But you still needed to be brave enough to fight this fear and pain.
あなたも運命と戦う勇気が必要だった。
You needed to have courage to defeat fate.
あなたが望んだならみんなが望む世界にきっと行けた。
If you'd believed, we'd be moving on to a bright future.
それがあなただけが信じなかっただけでたどり着けなかったなら、
If
それ
you're
はあなたの責任なの。
If your refusal to believe in it is the sole reason we couldn't reach it, then the responsibility is yours. It was hard to believe Rina could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyu's heart, but those words were necessary for me and for her. Only faith can create a miracle. That sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put it into action. People suspect others. They don't trust others. It's easier to not have hope. It's so difficult to believe. That's why faith can make miracles happen.
僕は触れないのですよ。
Don't you realize that I can't even touch people?
喋れないのですよ。
Don't you realize that I can't even speak to them?
そんな僕でも信じれば奇跡が起こったというのですか？
You still think I can make a miracle happen just by believing in something?
だって今こうしてレナとあなたは話しているよ。
Listen, you're talking to me right now.
私はあなたと言葉を交わしたのはこれが初めてだけれど、
I've never talked to you before,
いつもあなたがいるのを知っていた。
but I always knew you were there.
あなたに言葉をどうすればかけられるか考えていたよ。
I was always thinking about how I could communicate with you.
私たちが楽しく遊んでいるとき、あなただけが輪の外から眺めていたことを知っていたんだよ。
I always knew you were watching when we were all having fun hanging out together.
だって
But
輪の中に入りたくても僕は誰にも見えないし話しかけられないし、
even if I want to be involved, you guys can't see me or hear my voice.
僕を見たらみんな化け物だと言いますです。
You'll think that I'm a monster or something.
僕はもう二度と化け物と言われたくないのです。
I don't want people to think of me as a monster. Oh, what if in the new cycle she's able to oh.
誰が言うよそんなことを。
Sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. This just caught me off guard. It's just fucking catchy floating in the blue abyss. What if in the new cycle Hanyu manifests as like an actual person? She's not just a ghostly apparitional spirit. You know what I mean? Oh, what if in chapter 8 that she's like just part of the club? Calling it now. Ketchy says, we never think of you that way.
俺たちと一緒にいたなら、俺たちは仲間だ。
If you're with us, you're a friend.
そうですわよ。仲間のことを化け物呼ばわりなんて失礼しちゃいますわ。
Yeah, we wouldn't call our friend a monster.
化け物かどうかは容姿じゃなくて心で決まるんだよ。
It's your heart that determines whether you're a monster or not.
ね、シオン。
Right, Shion?
そういうことです。
Indeed.
まあその見地から言えば私の方がよっぽど化け物ですよ。
I guess I'm more like a monster in that sense.
頭に角が生えていても僕は化け物とは呼ばれないのでしょうか？
You won't call me a monster even though I have horns on my head?
身体的特徴で 化け物なんて誰も呼ばないよ。
We won't call you that just because of the way you look.
むしろキュートなくらいだよ。
They're actually cute, you know.
レナに気をつけろ。
Nah. Watch out for Rena.
変に気に入られるとお持ち帰りされるぞ。
She might try to take you home. I realized then that I was standing with everyone looking down at my own body. I see. I'm finally dead. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell.
大丈夫か、リカちゃん。
Are you okay, Rika-chan?
み
Me?
死んだ人に大丈夫かとは変な話なのです。
Don't you think it's a bit strange to ask that question to a dead person? Everyone smiled wryly. It's my first time feeling so much love in death. Everyone is already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead, to join them. Suddenly, the world got darker, and my body started to sink downward. I could feel myself despairing. Disappearing. Not despairing. Oh, despair! I could feel myself disappearing. I still had the sensation of my friend's hands on mine.
行こうぜ。
Let's go.
みんな。
Everyone.
そうだね。行こう行こ
Yeah, let's go.
う。あなたもみんなという言葉に含まれてるんだよ。
You're also one of us.
ほら、いつまでも泣いてないで。行こう。
Come on, stop crying. Let's go. My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see. Rena offered her hand to Hanyu, and Hanyu slowly took it.
羽生、
Hanyu?
あなたが私と出会う前にどんな悲しいことがあったか知らないけれど、
I don't know what sad experiences you had before we met.
みんなは絶対にあなたを受け入れてくれるわ。
But I'm sure my friends will accept you. Oh.
僕がいても楽しいでしょうか。
Is it still going to be fun if I'm involved?
僕はみんなに受け入れてもらえるのでしょうか。
Are you sure they'll accept me?
うん。
Yes.
だからおいで。
So, come along with us. Rena touched Hanyu's hand. It felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyu. Let's accept this sorrow, so we can embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it. Okay? Yes, Hanyu said with a definite nod. Fuck Takano. Ah. What's outside of the well? Is it something worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is it something worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? Going to fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world, even if I get to the bottom of the well again. The key to the new world is my willingness to get out of here. Even if I can get out or not, I will eventually get to the new world. Ah, that is it. 아이고. Damn. Oh, that sets us up. Oh man, chapter 8. It's gonna be one for the ages, isn't it? Kind of digging this music. I'm gonna turn up a little more. Propan mode. It's interesting we're getting like credits like this now, right? I mean, I don't want to read too much into it or anything, but it's probably that principle where it's like, you know, as the chapters were releasing, they were changing up. I mean, we've seen it even as we've been going around, like, they changed up how things are presented and everything, probably, you know, as they establish more and more of how they were kind of doing things. You know what I mean? I'm just yapping, but you know what I mean. I'm sure you guys know what I mean. Oh, what is this? Emergency Manual 1. If the existence of a terminal patient, L5, is confirmed, the Institute Director must resolve the situation before the L5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure that the secret remains hidden. To that end, the Director may also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As for the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may require or request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All efforts should be made to secure the L5 subject is alive, but if that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy and preventing exposure will be of the highest priority. However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Emergency Manual Appendix 9, FAQ. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of L5 occurs, putting matters beyond the control of the Secrecy Preservation Unit? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes an out-of-control situation? Yes. If an accident occurs and a hazardous material, the H170 series, is exposed to the public, can Emergency Manual 34 be administered? Yes. If an accident has occurred and the nature of the Institute is revealed to the public, the Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, if this information is spread too widely, can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for making that decision? Yes. The decision to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over the sanctioned by an official. However, in the case of emergency, does the Institute Director have the right to make the final decision? The execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute Director may petition the urgency of its use to an official. Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. Oh, it's red text. Different game joke. Not even joke, just reference. This manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only apply upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply this manual must make their decision as soon as possible when it is required. If the situation threatens to spiral out of control and the official that this is the case, the Iria Institute must take the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline of how to execute that final resolution. Terminate all patients above L2. Destroy all evidence inside the Institute. Conceal the fact that this manual was administered. Contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer must execute it in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief Officer in executing this manual. If this manual is expected to be executed, the Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. The final resolution must be executed in the following steps. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster and quarantine the area. The quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Hinamizawa region from the outside world. The official explanation must be that there's a gas disaster within the village. The equipment for the operation will be stored at a vacant lot where Yagouchi Core used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of external breach or internal escape, if they do not respond to notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate, use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use firearms is given by the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of the Traffic Blockade Unit. Shutting down communications. The Communication Sabotage Unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. They must take care not to fall under suspicion. Communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The faculty belonging to the telephone company is inside of the traffic blockade, so any civilians inside may be shot and killed. The chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give permission to use lethal force to the chief of the Communication Sabotage Unit. Assembling the infected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa region disaster shelter. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. Upon assembly, the unit must count the number of the infected and confirm that everyone is present. Be sure not allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personnel belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. Infected who refuse to assemble may be shot, but the chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must carefully consider the decision to do so. Terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Preservation Unit must terminate all the infected. Before that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure that they are treated as humanely as possible. If any problems occur, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must also make that decision. Bodies with gunshot wounds should not be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all the classified items, for the 193 items in the appendix, in the Institute in order to suppress the evidence. Refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions. The research staff at the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution, as they will be handling a number of toxic substances. Strict quarantine must be maintained of the concealment block. The airproof door must be welded shut, and the underground area must be flooded. The entrance to the area must be welded shut and concealed completely. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who would try to approach the Institute. The use of firearms is not permitted, except in emergencies. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Searching the village. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who is not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the termination of the infected may be shot immediately. However, the survivors willing to surrender do not shoot, instead take them into custody of the Secrecy Preservation Unit. The unit must then terminate the captive using the same method as for the other infected. Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. After the completion of all operations, Secrecy Protection Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. They must be careful not to be suspected by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to secure the concealment block until complete removal is finished. The Queen and her carriers. It is assumed that the pathogen has the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. There is a queen of the carriers of the disease, just like there is a queen ant. This position has been passed down the line of the Frude family. This assumption is made based on the legends and ancient writings that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that the carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundary of the village. Probability of outbreak. As ordinary patients will become ill when they travel far away from the queen, it's assumed that the further and longer they are away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well, and it's estimated that those who are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearning for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. It is believed that the Takano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms, but if the patient still shows no improvement, only returning them to their home and the queen will be effective. Concerning terminal patients. Terminal patients, as they suffer from an extreme persecution complex, are incapable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed. They may present severe problems for their units. Records show that terminal patients appear even in Hinamizawa, and they will not recover even if relocated near their queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. It's recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and placing them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the aforementioned reasons, we predict that, should the queen carrier die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms on a village-wide scale. Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at the earliest and 48 at the latest. For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor the military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe the best response is to treat them as an armed, anti-national uprising and immediately suppress them with the military. January 1945. 2. Colonel Koizumi of the Supreme Council for the Direction of War. From Hifumi Takano. June 23rd, 1983. Document E4-20 for the 58th Defense Commissioner. And TCOM 733 Commander. TCOM 733 is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours, armed for urban suppression. Company commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel carefully with the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Employ those with positive immunity. June 23rd, 1983. Document E7-11 for the 58th Director of the NIHS. Attention Equipment Testing Company Commander 733. The National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Infectious Pathogen Department, Suite 13. Official seal omitted. About the Hinamizawa syndrome. This is information regarding the Hinamizawa syndrome. Hinamizawa syndrome is an infectious disease caused by a virus. There are no initial symptoms. Instead, their onset begins when the patient's emotional state becomes unstable or if the queen carrier dies. The main symptoms of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability, paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal abnormal behavior. In many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by the syndrome. This behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as this disease mainly affects the mind as opposed to the body. In the end, the patients will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes, and they will claw at their throats or wrists. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an advisory notice for virus control. The pathogen is an airborne infectious virus. Therefore, no effective preventive methods exist, and inoculation is required. After the mission is completed, all staff members must take a medical exam, and those with positive test results must come forward. Be cautious when interacting with the carriers, villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their bodily fluids will cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use a testing syringe and test themselves for the disease. If you feel an extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it's likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If test results come out positive, inject the treatment medication C120. If the irritation persists after 10 minutes, use a second injection. If there's still no change in symptoms, you're fucked. You're so rightly fucked. Seek treatment at HQ. Do not use C120 if your test results are not positive. If used on a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rashes, dilated pupils, and hallucination will be observable within 10 minutes. If this occurs, one must seek treatment at HQ. It's a lot of reading. I have water real quick. Okay. Government officials explain the entire situation in a luxurious meeting room adorned with a marble table and crystal ashtrays. The chief cabinet secretary was in a panic. He'd never heard about any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural. One girl's death was going to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing that a disease like that exists was surprising enough. But on top of that, it was secretly researched for military use. Now, there was a perfect situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaging in embezzlement. I've never heard of such a dangerous disease. There's no cure for it?
はい。
No.
国立研究所の説明では、重度感染者の発症に対する治療法は確立したばかりで、全住民への対応は事実上不可能とのことです。
According to the National Research Center, they have recently found a method for treatment for the carriers of the disease, but they're still not capable of administering that treatment to the whole village.
最短で24時間以内、長くとも48時間以内に、山村の人口2000人が全て末期発症するとのことです。
The entire populace is going to develop terminal symptoms within the next 24 to 48 hours.
甚大な被害と影響が予想されます。
It's going to be a disaster. The danger of this Hinamizawa syndrome was explained over and over again to the chief secretary. He didn't have anything more to say, but that didn't mean that he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers.
そりゃ大変なことになるのはわかるけど、住民を皆殺しにするなんて、そんなの許可できるわけないだろう。
I understand the urgency, but I can't give approval to kill an entire village.
そもそもなんでこんな危険な病気を隠蔽して研究なんかしてたんだ。
Why was this disease being studied in secret anyway?
そもそもそういう事態を招いたのはその関係の連中の責任じゃないのかね。
Isn't this the responsibility of those who are funding the research?
第一、こんな危険な研究は今や日本の国益に貢献しないどころか損ないかねんぞ。
Such a dangerous disease can't possibly be of any benefit to this country.
どうして昭和の58年までこんな馬鹿げた研究をしていたんだ。
It's the year 1983 for crying out loud.
報告書によれば研究目的のために撲滅を意図的に遅らせていたそうじゃないか。
According to these documents, they intentionally held off on exterminating the disease so they'd have more time to study it.
しかも汚職をめぐるトラブルの果てにこんな事態だ。
On top of that, this chaos was all caused by a single researcher?
これはテロだよ、テロ。
This is an act of a terrorism.
東京の老害だ。
It's the fault of those old men in Tokyo.
こんな研究を指示していた人間には全員責任を取ってもらうぞ。
They better take responsibility for this.
いつまでも大戦の亡霊に取り憑かれている連中を追放したまえ。
Get rid of the people who are still haunted by the ghost of the war.
これは東京の海を出すいい機会じゃないのかね。
This is a good opportunity to rid Tokyo of its festering pus.
責任者の追及は必ず行いますが、それより前に対応を考えなければなりません。
We will discuss the issue of responsibility in due time, but we must make a prompt decision about this. A man standing by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth.
総理、
Prime Minister,
ご決断を。
please give us your decision.
滅菌作戦を承認しない場合のシミュレートを聞かせてください。
What happens if I don't approve this final resolution?
はい。
Well,
今から36時間後には村人のほぼ全員が末期発症。
almost 100% of the population of the village will develop terminal symptoms within 36 hours.
末期的な被害妄想に取りつかれ、反社会的な行為を行います。
They will be overcome by persecution complexes, and they will begin behaving violently.
想定されるのは自殺、殺人、放火、強盗、強姦。
Suicide, murder, arson, robbery, and rape are some of the things we predict will happen.
治安の完全なる崩壊です。
There will be no peace within the village.
騒動はおそらくHinamizawa地区のみでなく周辺地区へも波及します。
It probably won't stay within those boundaries either, but spread throughout the area.
結果、世界規模での注目を浴びることになるでしょう。
As a result, the whole world will discover this disaster.
民間の独自調査の結果、奇病が原因であることが発覚するのは食い止められません。
Sooner or later, they'll find out about this mysterious disease.
野党は奇病の対応の不手際を政争の具に次期選挙を有利に運ぶでしょう。
This will be a great advantage for the opposition during the next election.
また東京内でも総理の対応に批判が高まるでしょう。
Tokyo will also voice their criticisms of the Prime Minister.
彼らの指示は総理の列島改造に欠かせません。
You need their approval in order to make your political plans come to fruition.
そして何よりも軍事目的での研究が政府内部から暴かれる可能性があります。
More than anything, The government might reveal that the secret research was conducted for military purposes.
これだけは断固阻止しなくては我が国に致命的信用ダメージを与えかねません。
If this happens, this country will have a crisis of faith in their leadership.
逆に滅菌作戦を承認した場合はどうなりますか？
What if I approve the final resolution?
はい。
Well,
自然災害を装いますので、やはり対応の不手際の野党追及は避けられません。
we'll be disguising this as a natural disaster, so the opposition may still attack us for our blunder.
ただし、奇病研究について発覚することはないでしょう。
However, they will not discover the existence of this mysterious disease.
もし万が一、奇病の軍事的研究が世界に発覚したら、我が国はアジア地域でのイニシアチブを完全に喪失します。
If by chance the world were to discover our military research of the disease, our nation would completely lose its initiative in the Asian region.
他国の援助を受ける政党は一大キャンペーンを張るな。
Support from those nations is a necessity for us.
売国どもめ。
If we lose their trust,
そうなれば野党の政権奪取は必至だよ。
the opposition will definitely come into power after the next election.
日本は宣戦布告なくして占領されるぞ。
Japan will be finished.
シミュレートの結果では、第2党、第3党が連立した場合、与野党の勢力は完全に反転します。
According to our simulations, the balance of power will shift drastically if the second and third parties form a coalition government.
国際世論は我が国を一斉に非難。
The whole world will hold us responsible.
国連に対し、NBC 兵器開発疑惑の査察を要求するでしょう。
The United Nations will accuse us of developing WMDs.
近隣国は政府主導でバッシングキャンペーンを展開。高支持率を背景に、対日外交を強硬路線に転換します。
Neighboring countries' governments will lead smear campaigns against us, drawing a hard line of anti-Japan diplomatic policies with high approval ratings.
我が国は政治的焦土と化すでしょう。
In every way possible, the government of this country will be burned to the ground.
国際信用はペンペン草一本残らんということかね。
So we'll lose the trust of all our allies, huh?
くそ。
Shit.
つまり、南沢地区と周辺自治体の数十万人だけの問題では済まんということだな。
So this isn't just the problem of the several hundred thousand people who live around the Hinamizawa area, is it?
しかし、
But
すべてを闇に葬るための犠牲が2000人とは多すぎる。
it's way too difficult to cover up 2,000 casualties.
日本国内において生物兵器研究が行われていたことが露呈することだけは避けなければなりません。
The most important thing is to prevent the public from knowing that this country was secretly researching biological weapons.
私はどうやら大戦の亡霊の尻を拭く羽目になりそうですね。
I guess we'll be wiping the ass of the ghost of the war.
滅菌作戦は計画通りに隠密で実行できるのかね。
Are you sure this operation could be formed secretly?
滅菌作戦が発覚すれば奇病研究以上の大スキャンダルになるぞ。
If this mission goes public, this will become a greater scandal than the research itself.
はい。ご安心ください。
Yes, it'll be kept secret.
それにつきましては、自衛隊内の機密保持に特化した専門部隊が当たります。
There are special units working on this case.
このような事態を想定し、研究と訓練を重ねた部隊です。
They're trained specifically for situations like this.
万一の失敗はありえません。
You have nothing to worry about.
都市沈黙戦という言葉は初めて聞きましたが、これはガスによる虐殺のことですね。
I've never heard of any mission like this, but it's basically mass murder via gas, correct?
自衛隊にガス戦を習熟した部隊があったとは驚きました。
I had no idea there were units specifically trained for that.
ガス防護を知るには、ガス戦を知らなければなりません。
In order to know how to protect themselves from a gas attack, they must know what gas warfare is about.
ガス虐殺に備えるには、ガス虐殺を知らねばなりません。
In order to know how to fight against an enemy using gas, they must also know how to kill with it.
装備実験隊は、日本国が受ける可能性のあるすべての攻撃に対し、日夜研究を重ねています。
The equipment research unit is prepared for any kind of attack. He let out a small sigh. He couldn't see the line between ethical and unethical. Can any research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? That's also what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The Irie Institute was one such evil. So, we have to make a secret decision in order to keep this research undisclosed. Proving this is going to make us guilty. Are you sure that information will not leak from the members of this unit? That will not happen. The members are carefully selected from a group of extremely loyal men. You've never performed an operation such as this, but they're highly experienced, and they will not leak any information whatsoever. They're an assassination unit, huh? Prime Minister. Please give us the approval to administer Emergency Manual 34. Director General of Defense. Are you sure this operation will succeed? Are you sure we can stop this from going public? No. Can you keep casualties to a minimum? Yes, sir. The preliminary orders have been sent out, and preparations are complete. We will execute the mission as soon as we get your approval. I can't give the approval to slaughter 2,000 innocent people. However, as Prime Minister, I have an obligation to minimize the number of casualties. Prime Minister, I understand your dilemma. Director General. Please make a concerted effort to minimize the number of victims. If these 2,000 people can't be treated, please do what's best to prevent additional victims. Yes, sir. Thank you for your approval. We'll return with positive results. That's if you can call 2,000 casualties a positive result. Okunu-kun. Please set up a meeting with Tokyo as soon as possible. I have to hear an explanation directly from them. Understood. By the way, did they arrest that Irie, the institute director? No, he committed suicide by taking poison. He was in such a rage that his research was being shut down, but he felt as if his life itself was being denied. So no one will ever really know what made him commit such a horrific crime. The execution of Emergency Manual 34 is approved. June 23rd, 1983. Prime Minister. Director General of the Defense Agency. Oh, this is sad. For logistical reasons, you may not bring any large items with you. You cannot carry any luggage. I repeat, you cannot carry any luggage. You may carry only valuable items such as bank books and cash.
混乱防止のため車両避難は禁じています。
Please do not use your own vehicle to evacuate. It will cause confusion. It was the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some of them were locking their doors, some of them were watering their plants, and some of them were piling up food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Small children were crying in fear. Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world after volcanic gas gushed out of the mountains. The number of policemen and military units in the village, added to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts the villagers might have had. The more religious among the elderly were convinced that this was the curse of Rika Furude, who had passed away the day before. They were certain that Oyashiro-sama was enraged and that the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center. Why do you all have guns? These are to protect your homes after the evacuation. We're expecting looters. No one in Hinamizawa would do something like that. This is the first platoon. The evacuation is on schedule. Roger that. We'll send our platoon over.
兵隊さん、じいさまの位牌を持ってんじゃならんがね。
Excuse me. I need to bring along my grandfather's mortuary tablet.
位牌は構いません。
You may take that with you.
急いでください。
Please hurry up.
紹介の方は天候を怠らないように。
Make sure everyone in the village is here.
歩行困難な方は申し出てください。
Please come forward if you're unable to walk.
隊員が補助します。
A soldier will come and help you.
リカちゃまが殺されたから親代様がお怒りになったのじゃ。
Ah, Oyashiro-sama's angry because Rika-chama was murdered.
親代様、親代様、親代様。どうか怒りをお鎮めください。
Oyashiro-sama, Oyashiro-sama, please forgive our sins.
防災訓練通りに避難しちゃれ。
Remember our emergency drills.
班長は天候終わったら町会役員に連絡せんかいね。
Group leaders have to contact a town council member when everyone in the group has shown up.
鬼ヶ淵から正気が溢れ出したんで。
Miyasama is coming out of the swamp.
親代様はお怒りだね。
Oyashiro-sama must be furious.
こんなに大勢いるんじゃ助かる方法なんかなかったよ。
There are too many of us here. We'll never make it out alive.
村で死なせてくれな。
Let me die in this village.
大丈夫です。
Don't worry.
輸送ヘリとボーガス仕様のバスが回されます。
Helicopters and buses are on their way to transport everyone to safety.
必ず助かりますから。
You're all going to make it out okay.
みんな営林署へ集まれ。
Everyone gather at the forestry service.
4丁目は違うだろう。郵便局裏の公民館だぞ。
No, not the people from District 4. You're supposed to go to the community center behind the post office.
皆さん、防災訓練と同じです。
It's exactly the same as in the emergency drills.
落ち着いて災害時避難場所に集合してください。
Please calm down and head to your evacuation point.
団体行動をお願いします。
Please move as a group.
一人の乱れが全体の足を引きます。
Every person matters.
どうか団体行動を。
Everyone needs to stick together.
家には必ず戻れます。
You'll get home safely. The villagers couldn't see the expressions under the soldiers' gas masks. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding under there. The soldiers were, of course, lying to the villagers, knowing that they would never return to their homes again. One such trooper cried under his mask, but the villagers never saw his tears. Yeah, they know what they're doing is wrong. Please go back.
車両での避難は禁止されています。
You can't take your own vehicle to evacuate.
この先はガス流で寸断されており危険です。
The road ahead is cut off by a gas stream and is dangerous.
あんたにも硫黄の匂いがわかるでしょう。
Can't you smell the sulfur? Some people tried to leave in their cars so as to take large items with them. However, quarantine unit had sealed off all roads leading outside. Gas masks of the troopers and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey their instructions. Some of them tried to contact Okinomiya, but their phones would not connect. The lines were busy, no matter how much they tried. They simply assumed that the phone lines were overwhelmed because of the disaster. Some of the villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the situation was like outside, but all they could hear over the radio was loud static. It was the same with the television. They couldn't contact anyone outside the village, so they really were totally isolated. And so, they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military, leading them to slaughter. They were all like moths heading towards a light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise from the radio and muttered, "This is exactly how it sounded when the Americans jammed the radio waves during the war." As it turned out, he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate. The villagers had all gathered at their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school, and some were at the community center. They were to stay in the building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. Soldiers told them to stay inside so they could keep track of the number of evacuees. Please close all the windows to prevent the gas from entering. We'll be sealing the windows to be on the safe side. Your cooperation would be appreciated. Alright. Let's help them out. People started to seal up all the windows and vents with the duct tape that was handed to them. They completely sealed every opening, even as they heard the disquieting conversation of the soldiers. This is tragic. It was long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. They were having an extremely long night. Coincidentally, the end of their night had almost arrived. This is all Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rika-chama. Oyashiro-sama.
やっぱりフルデ神社の鬼隠しはお社様のお怒りの先触れだったんだ。
Oyashiro-sama demoned away those kids. The Furude shrine in his fury.
あの日フルデ神社は鬼の国に飲み込まれたんよ。
The Furude shrine was swallowed by the world of the demons that day.
リカちゃまは鬼たちに腹渡を食らわれたんじゃ。
The demons chewed up her guts while she was still alive. They started saying that the gas disaster was caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and Rika's death and the mysterious disappearance of her friends and the two detectives were also the result of the curse. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Kechi and his friend's short battle sealed their fate for that night. The more religious villagers had become convinced that the children and the detectives went missing because they volunteered to become a sacrifice to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger after Rika's death. They didn't know the truth. They couldn't know. Now one realized that Kechi and his friends' efforts had all been in vain. Indeed, in Hinamizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oyashiro-sama. But why did it have to be that way? Before the series of mysterious deaths occurred, no one really used the term the curse of Oyashiro-sama that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in this village were set up to believe that the curse of Oyashiro-sama happens every year. They really are just too superstitious.
サンサ、全小隊が点呼を終了しました。
Major, we finished gathering the villagers together.
遅れていた自主避難者もさっき最後の家族が合流したようです。
The last family finally reached their assembly point.
全員揃いました。
We got everyone.
そう。
Good.
いよいよね。
This is finally it.
お社様のたたりが現実となる。
The curse of Oyashiro-sama will become a reality tonight.
お社様の生まれ変わりであるフルデリカを綿流しにするという冒涜によって、お社様の怒りが村に下される。
For enacting Watanagashi on Rika Furude, Oyashiro-sama is punishing this village.
それで、この5年間の連続したたたりは、本当の神罰に昇格される。
The curses of the last 5 years are culminating in the biggest curse of them all.
もう誰にも事件なんて呼ばせない。
This is not just a mysterious chain of murders.
これは荒ぶる神の怒りなのだから。
This is divine punishment from an enraged God.
始めなさい。
Let's begin.
中隊長より全隊員へ。
This the company commander.
彼らのために1分間の黙祷を捧げよう。
The men are requesting 1 minute of silence.
さんさ1分だけご許可を
Can you let them have that, Major?
お好きになさい。
Do as you like? Takano gave them a disparaging laugh. The company commander crossed his heart and began to speak.
天に召します我らの父よ
Dear Heavenly Father,
罪なき彼らをどうかお導きください
please guide these innocent people.
彼らの尊き犠牲がそれ以上の犠牲を防ぐことをどうか報いてください
Their sacrifice will save the lives of many others to come.
そして願わくば罪深き我らをお許しください
Please forgive us for committing this sin.
我らが今日ここにあることをお許しください
Please forgive us for being here today. The company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt the need to ask someone for forgiveness. He wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked forgiveness for committing his sin and continued to pray. Takano was speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself.
神がいつ降臨されるのかは誰も知らない。
For you know what hour your Lord doth come.
それは例えるなら、泥棒がいつ訪れるのかわからないように。
But know this, that the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come.
だから予期せずしてその時を迎えて、不信心であったことに歯ぎしりすることがないよう、常に目を覚ましていなさい。
He would have watched and would not have suffered his house to be broken up.
エセ預言者たちは神の降臨を声高に叫ぶであろうが、それに惑わされてはなりませんか。
Therefore, be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. One man heard her murmurs.
マタイの福音書ですね。
That's from the Gospel of Matthew.
そうなの？
Is it?
祖父の好きだった言葉よ。
My grandfather always said that to me.
報われる日がいつ訪れるかわからないから、常に勤勉であれって言葉だと思っていたけど。
He was telling me to work hard every day, because you'll never know when you will be rewarded.
今日が報われる日なのですか？
Is this a reward for you?
そうよ。
Yes.
あなたにはわからないでしょうけどね。
Although, you might never understand it.
失礼ながら、主の降臨は慈悲深いものであるべきだと信じています。
Excuse my rudeness, but I believe that the descent of God is a merciful thing.
このような日にそれを例えられることは冒涜かと思います。
I think what you're saying is inappropriate for a time like this. He was trying to tell her that using that verse of the Bible was inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she had heard something very funny.
ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry,
あなたは神に試されなさい。
but you have no right to judge.
私は今日を境に試す側となるのよ。
Tonight is a night where I become a god.
以上で黙祷を終了する
The moment of silence has ended. And with the end of the silence,
全小隊滅菌を開始せよ
execute the operation now. The order was given in as hollow and reluctant a manner as an order can possibly be. Now,
今こそ
my
私の理
ideals
想
are
はすべ
complete.
て完成した。
This is a literal
文字通
utopia.
りの理想郷がここ
Here,
にはある。
I am a god,
ここでは私は神で、
and the curse
私
engraved
の
here
語り
will
は
be
永
passed on
遠に刻
forever.
まれ、語り継がれるのだ。
God, does she think so highly of herself? People were packed into the classroom. They were afraid. The troopers closed the door of the classroom. The people inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. One old man walked up to the door to open it, because with it closed, it was far too hot inside the room. But he collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him up, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing inside of the room. It really was a very odd sight. What would make for a good example? It'd be pretty amusing if they were dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched this strange event happen before their eyes. They opened those eyes wider to try and understand what was going on. A god has reawakened from a long slumber thanks to the Dam War, who curses non-believers on the sacred night of Watanagashi. Year after year, that god reawakened. The mighty Oyashiro-sama awakened. And so, they regressed to their primitive fear of the curse. The door creaked open slightly, and someone on the other side threw 3 spray canisters into the room. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all the other rooms too. It was happening in all the evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, and their futures were taken away so quickly and easily. And nobody doubts the curse of Oyashiro-sama, perfectly revived from within the belly of its corpse. Now, resurrected into this world, when you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath, the cauldron of hell bursts open, overflowing, and those who flee will breathe their last breath. With that final judgment, the curse is finally realized. There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone had figured out what was going on, broke the seal off the window, and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal on their windows too, but they collapsed in a matter of seconds. What will be left behind when you die? The body will rot down to the bone and be crushed into sand. What more can you leave behind beyond fertilizer for the earth? Gosh, she's so weird. I don't know what's gonna come in chapter 8, the final chapter, but God, do I hope that she suffers the worst fate ever. I hope she gets her comeuppance so bad, dude. It's gonna feel so good if that can happen. Forever and always, fuck Takano here. Someone escaped from the reception room. 4 people are loose. You have permission to fire. Shoot, 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 shoot! The soldiers shot the people who tried to escape in the back. The sound of the gunshots echoed in the silence. It was a noise filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell down to the ground. Their deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officer was one of the escapees. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. His shots could be heard throughout the building. The soldiers ducked into the shadows upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran towards the gate, but that was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, but as trained professionals, it'd be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. The villagers had no choice. Either they'd die from the gas without realizing what was happening, or they'd find out about the mission and be killed. What happened? Did they fight back? Respond! We shot all the fugitives. One of the residential policemen shot back. Collect those bodies. Do not put them with the other corpses. The soldiers walked over to the 4 fallen bodies. They needed to make sure that they were all dead, not just injured. I will remain. A name, a great undertaking, a curse left behind. My presence will be forever deified in this land. And those who escape today's curse will be in awe of it. They'll pass that fear on to others. The memories of those herds of people will sublimate into me. And I will transcend.
私を超越した存在へ昇華させるのだ。
第一小隊より本部。
This is the first platoon.
営林署の滅菌を終了。
The forestry service building has been sterilized.
脱走者4名は射殺。
Four escaped. We took them down.
第二小隊より本部。
This is the second platoon.
滅菌終了。
Sterilization complete.
脱走者なし。
No one escaped.
第三小隊より本部。
This is the third platoon.
脱走者10名以上。
More than 10 escaped.
現在相当中。
We're conducting a sweep.
制圧は時間の問題。
It'll be over soon.
第四小隊より本部。
This is the fourth platoon.
滅菌終了。
Sterilization complete.
脱走者なし。
No one escaped.
第三小隊より本部。
This is the third platoon.
脱走者13名。全員の射殺を確認。
We've taken out all 13 fugitives.
全員の滅菌を終了。
Sterilization is now complete.
了解。
Roger.
機密保持部隊の全小隊は確認を厳重に行われたし。
Start counting the bodies. Make sure the total matches the original number taken earlier tonight. Takano was laughing to herself inside the van. She didn't physically see all those people dying silently. Oh. But she saw it anyway. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. What an image, man. This is gonna be ugh. Ugh, disgusting. Takano waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her, but no one would understand what she was doing even if they were. She was waving her baton. Takano was pretending that she was the conductor of the silent funeral march.
Sansa. 滅菌の完全終了を確認。
Major, the sterilization is complete.
通信妨害を終了しますが、よろしいですか?
We're going to reconnect the phone lines.
いいわよ。
Sure, go ahead.
施設処理部隊より定時連絡。
This is the Institute Concealment Unit.
機密搬出と溶接封鎖を完了。
We've removed all the classified items and welded the entrance shut.
現在注水中。
We're currently flooding the underground facility.
交通封鎖部隊より定時連絡。
This is the traffic blockade unit.
封鎖線は異常なし。
Everything is proceeding as scheduled.
通信工作部隊より定時連絡。
This is the communication sabotage unit.
通信妨害を終了。
We've reconnected the phone lines.
電話施設の現状復帰を開始。
The telephone facility is back to normal. Takano was paying no attention to those reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her.
ご機嫌ですね。
You seem to be in a good mood.
ええ。
Yes.
最高に気分がいい夜よ。
It feels so good.
あなたには聞こえないでしょうね。
I bet you can't hear it.
この新しい神を称える賛歌が。
This hymn that glorifies God.
賛歌でありますか?
A hymn? Takano laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide.
そうよ。
That's right.
称える歌。
The hymn.
神のいなかったこの地に新しい神が誕生した瞬間を称える賛歌よ。
A new god has descended to this village.
このHinamizawaには神などいなかった。
There was no god in Hinamizawa.
お社様という名が残るだけ。
Oyashiro-sama was just a name.
神がかつて存在した痕跡が残るだけのただの古ぼけた土地だった。
This was an old backwater village with no real god.
その地に私は再び神を取り戻させたの。
But I brought a god to this place.
どういうことかわかる?
Do you understand what that means?
わからないでしょうね。
I bet you don't.
今の世界にたたる神が何人いる?
How many gods in this world have the power to curse people?
人が試すことに耐えられる神が何人いる？
How many of them can challenge people?
一人もいやしない。
None of them.
それを私がたたった。
But I did it. Takano laughed as if she was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car could comprehend her laughter. Takano was satisfied to know that.
たたりなきは神にあらず。
A god is not a god without a curse.
たたるゆえに恐れられ、恐れられるゆえに崇められる。
Gods are feared because of their curses, and they're worshipped because they're feared.
それこそが神の真実。
That's the truth about gods.
神が信仰を生み出すのではなく、信仰が神を生み出すのなら、
If
神
faith,
にたたりなど必要ない。
if faith alone is what creates God, there's no need for curses.
でも太古の神々はたたったのよ。
The ancient gods all cursed humans.
では、神のたたりとは何なのか。
Then what is a god's curse?
それこそが真の神の証だった。
It's the proof that a god is real.
たたらない神など、人間に見下された神でしかないのよ。
Gods aren't gods if they don't curse people.
神の宿らぬ抜け殻の土地に、神が確かに存在した痕跡を見た私は思ったわ。
I found evidence of the existence of God in this poor village.
これは天の啓示だと。
I thought this was a message from heaven.
ダム戦争が終わるまで、明治から100年にもわたり、Hinamizawaは神を失ってきた。
Hinamizawa was without a god for 100 years, until the end of the dam conflict.
それを私が蘇らせろという神の啓示だと私は思ったわ。
I believe it's been my mission to restore the god's existence in this village.
そして天は私にありとあらゆる力を貸してくれた。
Heaven supported me and granted me power.
天が与えたわずかの偶然が積もり、芽生えたたたりの芽を私が育てた。
I have raised the bud of a cursed plant with the faint seeds of coincidence granted to me by heaven.
育まれたたたりは今や結実し、実をたわわに実らせてくれたわ。
And now this budding curse bears fruit and hangs ripe.
そうよ、わかる？
Do you understand?
つまりは、今宵は収穫祭。
Tonight is the night of the harvest.
お社様の伝説に刻まれた最後の神のたたりの日。
This is the final curse of Oyashiro-sama.
この日が訪れたからこそ、お社様の存在は今こそ絶対となる。
And from this day forth, Oyashiro-sama will be a real god.
あなたたちは今は分からなくてもやがて知る。
You may not see it now, but someday you will understand.
私が成した偉業がどれほどのものか、どれだけ長く語り継がれるか。
You'll see how grand.
そして私がどれほどの存在となったのか。
You'll see how grand this plan I accomplished was, how long it'll be told in history, and how great I will become.
神はたたる。
God's curse.
そのたたりを私は起こす。
I make that curse happen.
今こそ我はお社様のたたりなり。
I am the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
我をあがめよ、たたえよ、そして恐れよ。
Worship me and be fearful.
我が紡ぐはたたりにあらず、死にあらず。
I'm creating not only death.
我が紡ぐは歴史なり。
I'm writing history.
歴史はたたりを語り、我が存在を永劫に語り伝えるであろう。
History will speak of this curse and remember my existence forever.
我こそはたたりなり。肉でできた身を超越せし者なり。
I'm the curse
この
itself.
身がたとえ朽ち果てようとも、我が紡ぎし歴史は永遠に残り続けるであろう。
I'm the curse itself. I've transcended this flesh. My legend will endure forever, beyond my mortal life.
今こそ我は永遠を得たり。
My existence is eternal now.
我が身を呪えよ人間たち。身が朽ちれば後には何も残せぬ無力さを呪い、悔やみ、恐れるがいい。
Curse yourselves and curse your powerlessness.
そして我が偉大さを知るがいい。
Realize how great I am.
我こそはお社様なり。
I am Oyashiro-sama.
今こそ神の領域に至ったものなり。
I'm a god now.
我は肉体が滅びようとも永遠にこの地で語り継がれるのだ。
My flesh may die eventually, but I will remain in this world forever. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. I am Oyashiro-sama. This is the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They'll worship, idolize, and fear me. When I move, they'll beg for no curse, no death. My work will be historic. My existence and the history of this curse will be told for ages.
我が存在を永遠に語り伝えるであろう。我こそはたたりなり。
I've transcended beyond my body of flesh, becoming the curse. Even if this body decays, my work will remain in history forever. Now, I've gained immortality. Humans, flesh is your curse. When your body decays, you can't leave anything behind. Your malice, regrets, fear, and you'll know my greatness. I have become Oyashiro-sama. Now, I've reached the realm of the gods. Even if my body is destroyed, what I've done here will be passed down forever. I've achieved eternal life. Ah. Is that it? Ah. A new tip. Snare jump mode has been unlocked. Yup. But of course, so that does mean it's it. The tips reading room. And the staff room, of course. Oh, I love the staff room. I always keep mentioning it every time we get to it, but I kind of like the small message from the writer more than the cast thing. You know what I mean? It feels more personal. Alright, let's read the last... I gotta get that last tip. Give me that. Give me that last tip. What's it gonna be? Is it... Yeah, this fragment's end. Remember what happened to her? Oof. Alright, this fragment's end. I guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle, but we don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses the memory of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she's discovered. What did you think? Did you have fun? Once you find out the answers, collecting them isn't so fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. You still might find something different by examining some old fragments. After all, the time we have here is endless. We have to find something to play with because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. But if you can tell me how to have fun with them even so, that makes you pretty smart. What? You want to know what I play with? I don't play. I'm just killing time. I like to imagine what Rika could have done in order to achieve the future she hopes for. I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them. You found out how these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Takano. You want to see what's on my mind? Hee hee. Too bad. I'm not showing that to you. Rude. In that world, Rika and her friend survived their struggle and broke through the fate of June 1983. It's just my imagination. It's not for me to share with you. I'm sure the world that Rika is about to create is better than anything in my imagination. Even if she's stuck on June 19th in 1983. I'm sure this now-ended world will remain one of Rika's brightest fragments either way. No matter how much she struggles, if she actually overcomes her fate, it'll be the most brilliant fragment of her story. I'm sure the life Rika lives makes her a better story than my boring imagination. You wanna know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once again with Hanyu. She's trying to live her life with all her might. That's what she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what that life is like. Going there now to check. Do you want to come with me? Yeah, I do. Ugh. Hi. Hello. This is Ryukishi07. Thank you for playing Higurashi When They Cry, Kai, Chapter 7, Minagoroshi. This time around, the scenario was almost like the answer page in a book of riddles. Or maybe the scenario was like a side dish we enjoyed alongside all the scenarios up to now. You can take it how you like. I just hope you enjoyed it. I did. You know, before we finish this note here, apologize. I know a couple streams ago or whatever, I was saying, like, this chapter started off, like, really interesting to me. And then I think hit a really low point, like, a really, like, slowed down, it felt, to, like, a crawl, like, midway through. And I think the ending really picked it back up for me, thankfully. That midpoint of the chapter, though, I was feeling quite, like, ugh. The whole, like, them going back and forth with the child protection center thing. If there was ever a time for, and maybe there's going to be people obviously that disagree with me or whatever, but if there was ever a time so far in Higurashi where I would have considered it like weird, lengthy padding for some reason, I would definitely accuse that section of being it. Like, I get, like, they wanted to show that the kids were so determined to help a friend, right? And it was supposed to be a situation that seemed so dire, was not going to be able to change. It was going to make all of Rika's hopes and dreams crumble, you know, and everything. And it was still then paid off. It was satisfying to see Satoko be rescued there at the end, for sure. But there was a stretch in there where it was just like, ugh, alright, I get it. Alright, we'll show up to the offices. We got 5 people. We got the teacher. We got 10 people. We got 30 people. We got the whole village. It's like, I get it. And I only was remembering this because he was like saying this note saying like, I hope you enjoyed it. And overall, an interesting chapter for sure. With just one low point for a stretch of time. That stretch of time felt like it lasted like 2.5 streams is the thing. It felt like it was just so like long. I was like where I was just reading it. And then not only was there that low point and that slow point of what I'm calling it, but also like then there was that oh, let's recruit like the other baseball guy and the weird otakus or whatever the fuck in the Angel Mort section. So it was like this stretch of time where it was not only slow, but then like, oh, look at this wacky moment. And I'm like, ugh, come on. Come on now. Respect my time, please. Anyway, I just hope you enjoyed it. I was very nervous about releasing this scenario because a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. Not to get too much into it, but that's another theme then. Even this sentence carries over like a theme, obviously massively echoed in Umineko. And I get what the sentiment of the sentence is. Like, a mystery is only good when it's a mystery. But I always want to, like, slightly push back that seeing, maybe not, like, 100%, but seeing a bit of how a mystery solves itself should also be somewhat satisfying. Because here it's saying a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. And I get the sentiment. It's saying, like, it's technically still only a mystery when it's still mysterious, right? Once you present an answer, then there's no mystery to it. But, like, I don't know. I just feel like I want to push back just slightly on that sentiment, but if you want to hear my full thoughts on me pushing back on that kind of sentiment, go watch my Umineko playthrough, because that's the thing that constantly gets brought up and talked about, and honestly, when I think back of like my Umineko playthrough, like worried about on my end. Just trying to, whatever. We're not getting into all that. This scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. A book of riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. It's kind of interesting to hear him say this, because then again, it's a complicated mess here, but until you get like in theory, depending on how close you read into things and stuff, like with this sentence here, the coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. And then I think, and I remember reading interviews or something, again, I'm not going to go into spoilers on Umineko necessarily, but like he kind of, until like extra stuff came out with Umineko, there was like, he kind of took this and kind of changed his feelings on that a bit with Umineko, to the point then where then when extra arcs or whatever, however you want to describe it, were released for Umineko that blatantly explained and set a concrete like explanation for the events of Umineko, I then remember reading that he regretted doing that. So then it's such a, I mean, I'm not calling the guy a hypocrite or anything at this moment, and obviously Umineko comes out after this, but like it is interesting to read this when then it was a different mindset heavily with Umineko, and a lot of the theories and themes, not theories, that's not what I meant to say, a lot of the themes even in the story of Umineko, a lot of it is about, again, I'm not getting into spoilers, don't worry, but a lot of themes in Umineko are all about coming up with your own solutions, or solutions being out in the ether. Explanations for things are out there, and everyone's explanations can, in theory, be correct, or could be variations of correct theories, or, you know, there's, I'm dancing around certain things, and I'm kind of being vague on purpose. I'm not really, not only do I not want to give away Umineko stuff in this playthrough necessarily, even though technically I played Umineko last year, and I was saying it was a totally fair game to talk about it here, but like, a lot of the theme of Umineko is, you know, it does having this, the exact solution to something make it better, make a mystery better. Does that make a thing better? Does that make you feel better knowing the exact solution to something? You know what I mean? So yeah, that's all to say. It's very interesting now to read this sentence, these couple of lines right here, you know what I mean? And again, if you have not read or experienced Umineko or watched my Umineko playthrough and you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, have fun. You have a lot of Umineko to catch up on and see what the hell I'm talking about. I highly recommend. I swear, like, there's a chance there's, you know, just like I read Umineko first, and then I went back to Higurashi here, there's a good chance that there's, like, I mean, bless you if this is the case, but, like, if this is your first Higurashi experience and you're doing it through me on YouTube or VOD or whatever, and hopefully you're enjoying it, hopefully, fingers crossed you're enjoying it, because it'd be upsetting if you would be hate watching this or something, but I definitely recommend, if you got the time. It's obviously a bigger investment. I think Umineko is longer, and just by sheer parts, like, it's probably going to end up being longer than this Higurashi playthrough, but highly recommend. It's an interesting ride. I think it's an interesting ride for sure. I don't need to get sentimental though right now. Okay, so coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. If there are no answers, you can't get any joy out of reading a book of riddles. I regret to see that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. That's why I decided to release something that can compare your answer to this. That's why I decided to release something that you can compare your answer to for this series. Since this world had a rather irregular presentation, there may not have been many people who reached what might be called the right answer. But it's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised when reading the story and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you all very much for the solutions you've sent me. They were all wonderful theories, and some were thought of so much more than the actual story that I frequently thought about making them the right answer. Wry laugh. Also, your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of this series. Thank you very much for supporting Higurashi. Finally, I'd like to apologize about how I portrayed the Child Consultation Center. I don't know what it was like in 1983, but child consultation centers are not mean places like I depicted in my story. I made the characters look so unfeeling, but in reality, the government today is the #1 hero for us civilians. In fact, those involved with child welfare and youth education are all extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. I'm sorry for giving them such a negative image in this chapter. The next chapter, Matsurebayashi, is going to be the last one of the series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter of Higurashi When They Cry, which turned out to be such a long story. I hope you'll continue your kind support. Thank you all very much. 7th expansion, Ryukishi. Man. One more chapter left for us. Oh, I can't start getting sentimental about it. We still have quite some time left to go. And I guess that'll do it. A couple things. First, just as Ryukishi thanked us, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you've vastly enjoyed it. Like I said, I hope my unenjoyment during some of the streams during this chapter, like I said, that stretch where I was like not really feeling it, I hope that didn't lessen your experience necessarily on the watching of this or anything. Also weird time, like I said, I didn't want to completely abandon Higurashi, but also like still am, but was so focused on trying to do Halloween dedicated Spooktober streams throughout the month, so kind of a little all over the place mind-wise. And speaking of, and I'll say it now before I forget, that's going to do it for Higurashi for the month of October. Not only because it makes sense, I think, to just have a little bit of a break here before we go in and dedicate basically our minds into the final chapter of Higurashi, but not only does that just make sense to me, give us a little buffer. We've kind of been doing that in between chapters. It'll allow people to catch up if they want to, at a little bit of a breather. You have a couple weeks here now to kind of like have just the briefest of breaks, if you so choose, or catch up on any parts or moments that you might have missed or skipped on, to catch up to get to current, whatever the case is. It'll allow me to finish some other things here for October and everything stream-wise, but also, like I said, we'll then be able to hit Chapter 8 feeling completely refreshed in a sense. So yeah, today's the 19th of October as of recording and of live stream here. We'll just call it an even 2 weeks, and we'll pick this back up almost the start of November. So November 2nd on a Saturday, most likely night. We'll probably do night, but I guess maybe a chance for day. Whatever the case is, and then we'll start in on Chapter 8, and then go through Chapter 8 throughout the months of November. Maybe that creeps into December, but we're definitely on pace for sure to finish Chapter 8 before the end of the year, which is what's ultimately the goal, which is great. There's definitely no doubt in my mind that the extracurricular Higurashi streams after Chapter 8 are going to creep into next year. So if you're like, oh no, Higurashi's ending, it's not. We still have obviously Chapter 8. There's going to immediately after Chapter 8, I'll keep saying this, but like the first things we're going to do after Chapter 8 is going to be watching the live action Higurashi TV series that aired for a while. Those will be the next few streams after Chapter 8, and then we'll go right into reading all these different things. What is it? Let's see. I've got this list pulled up here. What is it? Saikuroshi, Batsukoishi, Hiroko something. It's covered up in my screen. All these different things. Hinamizawa bus stop, whatever the fuck that is. There's also, what are these? These other things. Ray, the Ho Plus, whatever that is. Which maybe is actually what included with the Saikuroshi and all of the things I was talking about. I have some other secrets, some other what I think should be funny surprises for sure. Those will all come later. So even when we finish Chapter 8, we still have plenty of Higurashi to experience. But yeah, again, I want to thank you for watching, hopefully enjoying. Don't ever say I'm a perfect pilot as far as any video game playthrough, let alone Higurashi. But I actually genuinely hope, and I say this with 100% sincerity, hope that if you are choosing to watch this along with me, and whether you've experienced it, or you're experiencing it for the first time with me, or this is your millionth time with it, and I'm just one person you've experienced this with, out of dozens or whatever the case, I hope that I've brought at least something, some enjoyment to it and everything here as I'm reading it my first time. So again, with 100% sincerity, I hope you're also enjoying this as well, because I wouldn't do this if I wasn't having fun and enjoying what I was doing. But second, if I didn't think at least hopefully one person out there was also at least slightly enjoying it. So again, thank you so much. Thanks for enjoying it with me. That'll be it for the night. We started early enough where I finished here before midnight my time. Look at that. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be back with 2 weeks' time, at least live-wise. I don't know if it'll be exactly 2 weeks from on the VOD on YouTube, from when this gets published to Chapter 8 starts, but 2 weeks' time of live time. I'll be back in this chair, booting up and loading up Higurashi Chapter 8. Whatever the subtitle was. I hope you have a nice rest of your night. Take it easy, stay safe, stay well. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm hoping the plan is to at least finish Ghost Trick tomorrow. If that doesn't take super long to do, and we're feeling super bold, we may also finish Super Scout tomorrow. But that's less importance. Finishing Ghost Trick is our #1 priority tomorrow. Hopefully sometime during the day. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know, I have nothing else to say, so I'm gonna release you guys from my rambling. Until tomorrow, So long.